A Sports Bash Wednesday starts right now. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. See how it's done, Josh? When somebody gives you something, you can give it right back to them. See what I'm saying? People have no idea what I mean, but normally when I leave at night, I'll give them a wave or a deuces or something, and I get nothing. I get no reaction, not a like, yo, see you later. Nothing. Real easy to do. You give me a wave, I give you a wave back. Courtesy, common courtesy. It's all we ask for around here. A lot of people don't have that same decor on social media. We like to use it on the air here. You give me a wave, I'll give you a wave back. So what do we got today? We got the Phillies, a game and a half back. Are we all Phillied up now? Like normally you're all flyered up. Are you Phillied up right now for the Phils? I mean, the Mets lost again last night. You know how frustrating it is when you're the Phillies and you lose to the Marlins? How frustrating is that? That's what the Mets are going through right now. They've lost 2 out of 3 or 2 straight to the Marlins, and they finish up their series tonight with the Marlins. But whenever you are in a pennant race and games that you have to have, and you lose them, and it's because you lost to the Marlins. That, to me, is the most demoralizing way to go about it. Like, you can lose to, you could be in the pennant race and lose to the Dodgers, like the Phillies have the Dodgers coming up. You might possibly lose to the Dodgers. That could happen. And that's acceptable. But losing to the Pirates 2 out of 3, losing to the Marlins 2 out of 3, it just screams one thing. Neither team is good enough to be a playoff team at this point, but somebody has to make it. The Nationals, they ain't making it. I mean, that team is putt, out of gas. They broke that roster down, and yet the Phillies had to, hold on and claw and scratch for dear life, for God's sakes, last night. I mean, how ugly is that last night you had to sit there and watch Hector Neris try to get through the 8th, and then they made you sit through Jose Alvarado in the 9th. Could it get any worse? Can you go through 60 more games of that? Oh, my God, I could not. Thank God that they got Ann Kennedy, who, oh, by the way, has pitched twice and promptly given up 2 two-run jacks in each of the game he has pitched in. Oh, this thing's going to be a hair-on-fire tightrope, my friends. Down the stretch they come. The Mets and Phillies, who's more inept? It's really who's less inept, I guess, would be the way to go. I mean, the Mets last night, did you see what happened in that game? I mean, they're fighting with each other. Baez is starting to snap as he's already got traded. I think it was Baez who was it was Baez flipping out. He's in the middle of a pennant race all of a sudden, and he realizes, my God, I'm in a pennant race, and the team I'm on sucks. How is this possible? Yeah, I think the Phillies, look, at this stage, are you invested? Are you pot committed with where the Phillies are? Look, you got a night last night. Bryce Harper had the big bomb. They gave them that extra insurance that they needed. The bullpen kind of coughed up the lead. Obviously, Wheeler threw well last night. And I thought I'll give Girardi some credit for this, because Girardi could have gone to the bullpen earlier, but he stuck with Wheeler, even though Wheeler started to get hit around a little bit in the 7th. But, I say all the time, I'm going down with my best guy. And if Wheeler can get me into the 8th, I'm going to give him the ball in the 8th, and I'm fine with that. He pitched 6 scoreless innings. He gave up 2 runs in the 7th. So there was some concern. All right, is he slowing down? But guess what, Joe Girardi? I agree with what you did. I saw people last night on social media giving Girardi some grief for going back with Wheeler, who then gave up a couple of runs in the 8th. I think it was a 2-run homer by Josh Bell, and that thing is still in orbit. That was a titanic blast that Josh Bell hit, 442 feet that it mapped out at Nats Park. But fortunately for him, the Phillies scored 4 runs in those couple of innings late in the game, or 5 runs to give him a 5. It was a 5 5-3 advantage. So they got that extra run on the home run by Harper, and he ends up getting the win. He's now 9-6 with a 2.57 ERA. Zach Wheeler has been excellent. They went to, in the 8th inning, to get that out. They went to Hector Neris, and he got him out of the inning. And then I said, what are they going to do in the 9th? And then in the 9th inning, when the Phillies are up to bat, they're showing Jose Alvarado warming up. And I said, oh, no. I don't know who else was available, to be honest with you. I know that Archie Bradley was not available last night. Connor Brogdon, obviously, he's been put on the injured list. And Ann Kennedy was not available last night either. So I will admit, your options were somewhat limited last night. So Alvarado, I just hate Alvarado closing games out because he can't throw strikes. But you would imagine that Ann Kennedy would be ready tonight. And Archie, Kennedy threw 49 pitches over the last 2 days, and I guess that means you're not available. And then you had Archie Bradley, who was not available last night either. So you went into that game knowing your bullpen was going to be shorthanded, but that's why Zach Wheeler. So, you look at where this team stands right now. They are a game and a half back, amazingly enough. They are a game. And I opened up yesterday with Frank by saying the Phillies realistically should be about 5 games up, right? They should be about 5 games up. If you take out the 23 or 24 blown saves and just cut that in half. Even if you cut that in half, for God's sakes. I know you say, well, you can't cut it in half. Well, if they didn't blow 24 saves and they only blew 12 saves, they'd be almost 10 games up right now. So can they cut that number, that pace, in half for the second half of the season? That's really the question. Over the last, what are they, 54? They're 54 and 53. So that puts them at 107 games. So they've got 107, 55 games left. So over the last 55 games, can they not blow 7 of them, 8 of them? Because if they have the lead in games and don't cough up 8 of those games of the 55 or something to that level or that magnitude, guess what? They should win this division. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they should win this division. We talked about it before. They had the easiest schedule in baseball down the stretch, and they played the Pirates, and that didn't help them. Now, a somewhat difficult slate portion of their schedule is staring at them because, oh, by the way, they play the Dodgers coming up, and the Dodgers just signed Cole Hamels. Not that adding Cole Hamels is really going to change the pennant race one way or the other, but it's a guy the Phillies were at least looking at to help their paltry rotation. So you've got Washington today and tomorrow. If you can get these two, a sweep of the rotten Nationals, by the time you play the Mets on Friday, you might be in first place. You're a game and a half back. If you win these two and they lose their two, I don't know that they play two. They might have a day off on, let me see. I know they play the Marlins. They might have, it might only be a 3-game set against the Marlins, which means they would have Friday off. Let's see. Nope, they have a 4-game set with the Marlins. So they play the Marlins today at 7, tomorrow at 12, before they play Philadelphia. And then Friday. So if you win your 2 and they lose their 2, you are going to enter that series with the Mets in first place. And then whatever happens in that series, you're hoping that you're right around that spot, and then you have 3 with the Dodgers. Not fun, but it's a part of your schedule. But we talk about the schedule. Cincinnati, Arizona is a wretched baseball team. San Diego, very good baseball team. Tampa Bay always gives you problems, always gives everybody problems. Arizona, Washington, Miami. That's a stretch right there of 3 bad baseball teams. Milwaukee's a good baseball team. Colorado, not a good baseball team. Chicago, not a good baseball team. The Mets take care of business. And then listen to the way they close out the season. Baltimore, Pittsburgh for 4, Atlanta, and Miami. I mean, the last 2 weeks of the baseball season, Philadelphia Phillies have a really good shot to distance themselves. Can you believe it? Distance themselves from the Mets. 609-403-0973. Text board 609-403-0973. It is a Sports Bash Live. Don't forget, download the free mobile app, and you can text the studio from your app. The app is free in the Apple Store or Google Play. You can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And, of course, we are live each and every day with the video portion of the show for everybody out there who is at home or watching or wherever you might be. So here's a couple thoughts on this Phillies team that really intrigue me down the stretch they come, all right? And I was thinking about this last night. I'm watching this game, and, you know, I'm kind of in. I mean, they're in a pennant race here. Wheeler's pitching into the 8th. I'm like, all right, here we go. Segura, who said something last night, he said, I've been in the league for 10 years and I've never made the playoffs. Right? And I thought about that, and I'm looking around this team. Rhys Hoskins never made the playoffs. Bryce Harper, I think, made the playoffs, but has never won a playoff round. JT Realmuto, I don't believe has ever made the playoffs. Alec Boehm has not made the playoffs. Ronald Torreyes, I don't know. He's been all over the place. I'll find out for you. Herrera has not made the playoffs. The Luke Williams, he certainly hasn't made the playoffs because he's a rookie. Jankowski, he may have made the playoffs before. I don't know. I don't know that anybody on the Phillies roster. I was thinking when Segura said that last night, he said, I've been in the league for 10 years. I haven't made the playoffs. I said, holy mackerel. How many guys on this team have actually made the playoffs? Torreyes made it with the Yankees. Okay, that's one. Jankowski, let me see if I can try to figure out who's made this of this team, who's made the playoffs. So Jankowski may have. I would imagine Jankowski has a possibility of being a guy. He was with the Cardinals for a little while there, right? Jankowski. So that would put him in position to at least have maybe made no, he did not play for the Cardinals. Excuse me, he played for the Reds last year. They made the playoffs last year. I confused the Reds and the Cardinals. They made the Reds made the playoffs last year, I believe. Yeah, so he made the playoffs one time. Jankowski has played one playoff game. He's played in one playoff game. So far, Ronald Torreyes and Travis Jankowski are the only two guys. Oh, DD made the playoffs with the Yankees. That's definitive, I would imagine, right? Yeah, he has made the playoffs. In fact, in 2017, he had a pretty good run with the Yanks. 3 home runs in that series. So DD has made the playoffs. Other than those 3 guys, you know, I'm thinking about maybe Brad Miller. Has Brad Miller made a playoff at any point in his career? He's been bouncing all over the place. Let me see. Brad Miller made the postseason last year with the Cardinals. All right. He played one game, had one at bat. So no. That is so in other words, the Phillies do not have a lot of playoff experience here. Zach Wheeler, I do not believe has ever pitched in the playoffs. Aaron Nola, I know, has not pitched in the playoffs. Zach Eflin has not pitched in the playoffs. Kyle Gibson, I guess, last year. Well, they made the playoffs last year, right? Oh, he's with was he with the Twins last year, or was he in Texas last year? So Gibson may have pitched in the playoffs. Let's see. Gibson has pitched in one playoff game and in exactly one inning. So I wouldn't exactly say he is filled with postseason experience. And Kennedy would be another guy who I guess we'd have to quickly look up here. Let's see. And Kennedy, Matt Moore. All right. And Kennedy has pitched in 2 playoff games. He has pitched in 12 playoff innings for Ann Kennedy. Those are all as starters. He is now a closer. So that's a completely different thing. So moral of this story, the Phillies do not have a whole heck of. So when Segura says this last night, I've been in the league for 10 years. I've never made the playoffs. So I said, the whole damn team has not made the playoffs. So how much does that factor in down the stretch here with what we just kind of talked about is this is not a team that has a lot of playoff experience at all. So if they're doing this on, hey, green is grass, let's go out there and let's not tense up in the moment. Do you trust that? Yikes. But I'll tell you this. There's a couple things that, and the Phils have, by the way, won 3 in a row. All right? So they've won 3 straight. The Harper home run last night's a big one. Segura, Realmuto, and Torreyes also hit the homers for the Phils last night. But the one thing is the Phillies pitching, okay? Now, I don't know what the deal with Eflin is. Frank said yesterday it seems to be a little worse than they had hoped. But with Wheeler, you got to get Nola back on track. He has got to become a consistent starter for you. Gibson, and if Suarez can handle that position, you would have to think the Phillies have the check mark in the pitching position, which is bizarre to say over the Mets with all their injuries. The question then goes to, can this lineup, now you got McCutchen banged up, Hoskins came back last night, they stuck him in the 2-hole like a bunch of idiots, and he struck out twice like could be predicted. Hoskins does not belong in the number 2 hole. I mean, seriously, have you watched a game of baseball in your life, Joe Girardi? Who's writing the lineup? I go back to, it is like when you watch the movie Liar, Liar, and Jim Carrey can't write the color of the pen in his hand because it just cripples his hand to do it because he's not allowed to lie. That should be what happens when that jackass writes Rhys Hoskins' name in the number 2 hole. Who in their right mind ever said, you know what, I got a great idea. Let me stick Rhys Hoskins in the 2 hole. Horrible. Indefensible. Horrible. You know how many different options they have? I said yesterday, Torreyes. I'd hit Torreyes in the 2 hole right now. And guess what? He hit a home run last night. 2 RBI. There's so many other options. The last option I have is saying Hoskins 2. I'd hit Jankowski 2 before him. Bohm, another hit last night. He's up to 254. I like to see that. A lot of Bohm haters out there for some reason. I don't understand it. Yeah. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. So Phil's game and a half out. I'll get the lineup as soon as it comes out for today. We'll see if they let me check real quick to see if they have the lineup. I don't believe they do. They usually put it out in about an hour from now. They do put their schedule out for next season, the Phils. The 2022 schedule is out. You know, I always wait for when the spring training schedule comes out. I haven't looked to see if that's out yet. It's weird that they actually have the regular season schedule out before the spring training schedule a lot. Like the spring training schedule won't come out until like November. But yet they know the 2022, you know how easy it is to make the spring training schedule? You play like 6 teams. You know, hey, you're in Tampa, you're in Clearwater, you're in Dunedin, you're in Lakeland. You guys are going to play each other. You figure it out for yourselves, essentially. Segura last night, though, with 1 for 4. Realmuto's starting to get a little heated up here. Like to see it. Bone's been hitting well, and we'll see. If they hit Hoskins in the 2 hole tonight, I will be angered. You're going to want to stick around to find out if he's in the lineup. Because if he's in the number 2 spot in the lineup, I'm sorry, I'm going to be angered. All right. What do we got today? We got that. There's some Sixers news we want to get to that I will get to here on the other side. Somebody texted in about that. I do have that on my list today because you're right. It does have an interesting connection. All right. Sixers made a hiring today that has an interesting connection to it. I'll give you the details coming up. What else? Eagles camp continues. NBA free agency continues. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the free mobile app in the App Store, in Apple Play, Google Play, and the Apple Store. I am Mike Gill. You out there, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the text board. You can always text the studio through your free mobile app. If you tap on the app, open the app, and hit the Text Us feature, we get that too. All right, we're just getting started. Hopefully you're enjoying it. It's a little chilly out there today. I like it. Although, does that signify the end of the summer? Back with more. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play, and text us through the app, 609-403-0973. So we told you on the other side, before the break, the Sixers made an interesting move today. They added Phil Beckner, who is going to be officially called a coaching consultant to the coaching staff. This is from Yaron Weitzman. He's the guy who wrote the book, Tanking to the Top. We've had him on the show a bunch. And he's already started working with some Sixers players, according to Weitzman. He's in the team's training facility, and he is going to work with the team at the Vegas Summer League. So why is this a actual conversation or story, right? Who the hell is Phil Beckner, and why would we be talking about the consultant to the coaching staff? Why would we take time out of this show to talk about him? Well, he was hired in July, and he is expected to assist the coaching staff. But there is a connection. What is that connection, you might be wondering, right? Well, he formerly was an assistant coach at Weber State, where he was responsible and worked closely with one Damian Lillard during his time, as he was the gentleman credited with preparing him for the NBA draft process back in 2012. He is also the guy who recruited Dame Lillard. He's also responsible for the defense at Weber State. So there you go. The Sixers might be leaving some breadcrumbs there to go down the route of, hey, if you're not happy there, we've got a guy that you might just be happy with here. You know, a guy that you know well, a guy that you feel comfortable with. So the Sixers have gone out and made this move, according to Yaron Weitzman. He was hired in July. He's expected to assist the coaching staff in several areas, but maybe the biggest area could be recruiting, right? The longtime trainer for Dame Lillard is Phil Beckner, and we'll see if that ends up happening. You know, all this stuff, right? The Sixers yesterday, they signed Drummond, and that's being torn apart, ripped apart, overanalyzed. Look, I don't love the move, but it all is incumbent. Everything the Sixers do this offseason is incumbent on what the decision they make with Ben Simmons. You know that. I know that. We all know that. Look what's going on around the 76ers in the Eastern Conference right now. More things have happened today. Victor Oladipo agrees to return to the Heat. Now the Heat have Oladipo. If Oladipo can get back to his all-star form, pretty good player. Averaged just 12 points last year once he got traded to Miami in 4 games. Then he had the knee problem. So we haven't really seen the best of Oladipo in now like 2 seasons. He has bounced around and bounced around. He's kind of become a disappointing player after he looked to be an all-star level player. But if he gets back to form, you now have Kyle Lowry, Victor Oladipo, and Jimmy Butler along with Bam Adebayo. That's a pretty good team all of a sudden. In Boston, Enes Kanter is back. He will return to Boston where he spent the 2019-2020 season. He's a good rebounder. I think Boston still needs some work, but getting Kanter back gives them another legitimate offensive guy on the glass. John Collins has agreed to return to Atlanta, so the Hawks keep one of the big parts of their core together. I thought a big move today, under the radar. Kemba Walker. He is getting a buyout already from the Oklahoma City Thunder, and he is signing with the Knicks. So the Knicks, who everybody was kind of saying, what are they doing? They're running it back. They got this team that was, good last year, but did not score in the playoff. They couldn't get that guy. Well, now they got that guy. Now, I don't know, Kemba Walker's not leading that team to the NBA title, but it could make them a scarier out in, say, round 1 if you have to meet up with them as a 6 seed. Let's say you're the 3 and they're the 6. Keep in mind, the Sixers last year were the number 1 seed. Their path was the easiest. Let's say they don't get that number 1 seed this year. There's more depth in the Eastern Conference, and we're kind of chronicling that right now. Kemba Walker on that Knicks team makes that a little bit more of an interesting team. Now, last year in Boston, he averaged 19 points a game, 5 assists. But that issue that he had last year was constantly that he could not stay healthy. He only played in 43 games. But if he can stay healthy with Julius Randle, and they got Evan Fournier out there, the Knicks were a 4 seed last year. Is Kemba Walker, Julius Randle, R.J. Barrett, does that make the Knicks a scarier out in the first round? Sure does. No question about it. Absolutely. So that is continuing to happen. I think this Chicago Bulls team has all of a sudden gotten kind of interesting, right? This Bulls team, it appears to be a team that has a bunch of number 2 starters on it. It's like a pitching staff without an ace all of a sudden. They're going to throw a starting lineup at you that's going to be pretty damn good. Lonzo Ball can play, man. I mean, Ball's I like his game because he, much like Simmons, he doesn't have to shoot all that much. I know you guys, he will shoot. He doesn't have to. He's a very pass-first kind of guy. He's a very good distributor of the ball. He is a willing shooter, though. He's not a guy who just doesn't shoot. And he has improved his free throw shot exponentially. He was almost 80% from the free throw line last year in New Orleans. He was a 45% free throw shooter, a 41% free throw shooter with the Lakers. Did you hear me correctly? People say, name me a guy who Lonzo Ball shot 45% from the line. He then shot 41% from the line. He was 56, and now last year, 78. Now, he doesn't shoot a whole heck of a lot from the line. But 78, from 41 to 78, is a pretty significant jump. But Lonzo Ball is a good guy, a good team guy. And on that team, they don't need him to shoot all that much. Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Nick Vucevic, Lauri Markkanen. Markkanen's been hurt, but I like him a lot. Colby White, Caruso, they brought in there. I thought they added another. Oh, they signed Tony Bradley today. So Nick Vucevic is the starting center. Tony Bradley, who the Sixers traded to get George Hill, he signed with the Bulls. That Bulls team is very interesting all of a sudden, don't you think? That, to me, the Bulls are definitively a top 8 team in the East, right? Jersey P's watching on YouTube. 41% to 80%. You can tell he put the work in. Yeah, Lonzo Ball has definitely put the work in. And you know what, Jersey P? He has put the work in not only from the free throw line, he has become a better three-point shooter as well. In his career from the three-point line, he's gone from 30% to 32% to 37.5 to 37.8. And he shoots 8 3-pointers a game now. So it's not like he only takes, 3 a game. He shoots 8 threes a game, does Lonzo Ball. And he's slowly gone from a 30% three-point shooter to a 37%. 37 is still not great. It's average, but he shoots it. He doesn't get to the line all that much, though. He still only gets to the line 1.2 times per game. So he doesn't like getting to the line. But on that team, you might not have to. I mean, you got DeRozan, who is he can hit the mid-range jumper better than pretty much anyone in the league. You got Zach, who can flat out score, right? I mean, he's averaging 27 points a game last year. Shoots the three at a 42% clip for the Bulls. So if you thought you were getting Zach LaVine in a deal for Ben Simmons, that's out the door because Lonzo Ball, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Nick Vucevic, that is a pretty darn good starting 5 right there. Oh, and Lauri Markkanen. And, of course, they got Caruso off the bench. That Bulls team It's pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting. What's your thoughts on that Bulls team? Send me a text, 609-403-0973. If you're listening to the show on the free mobile app, you can hit the text us button on the free mobile app and hit us up on the text board over there. Coming up on the other side, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will join us to talk a little bit more. Phil's last night, what's happening in the NBA East? Bulls, Knicks, all getting better today, or the last 48 hours, I should say. Can anybody catch Brooklyn? We'll discuss that. And we got news on Eagles camp. Jeff Mosher for football at 4 today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Download the free mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle in the Apple Store or Google Play. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. At Matt Blatt, they want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. You know, the Hall of Fame game is tomorrow night. That means football is back. You can hear it on 97.3 ESPN. So much is going on right now with the NBA free agency and some interesting developments in the Eastern Conference. We'll get into that. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City set to join me here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, you can download the free mobile app in the App Store, Apple Store, Google Play. And let's check in with Mike McGarry as we got so much to kind of discuss, Mike. As we last spoke, the Phillies were way out of this thing. They're now just a game and a half back. Should the people be pot committed at this point?
You probably should be committed, and you got a big 3-game series with the Mets coming up this weekend. So if you can't get excited about that, I don't know what you can. You're a game and a half out. Obviously, each team, the Mets have 2 in Miami. The Phillies got 2 more with Washington, but then a big 3-game weekend series. It's August. It's pennant baseball. Yeah, the records aren't the greatest, but it's worth getting exciting about, especially for a Phillies team that hasn't been in the postseason since 2011.
So does this mean we're going to start to see at AC Press McGarry tweeting about must-win games in August?
Possibly, but the closer you are to staying in contention, that kind of pushes off those must-win games, believe it or not, till maybe September. So, we'll see how it unfolds this weekend. Obviously, you don't want to get swept, but right now the Phillies with momentum and the Mets kind of heading in the opposite direction.
No question about that. I mean, the Mets playing, we were talking at the beginning, Mike, about when you play Pittsburgh or Miami and you lose, the feeling you get is just utter disgrace or disgust of how a first-place team who has a division lead and has someone chasing them could fall to a team that has no business beating you. But I guess that's the state of the Phillies and the Mets.
Yeah, and it's always the Marlins, right?
Always the Marlins.
The Marlins that are. You go back to 2007 when the Mets were 7-up with 17 to play. It was the Marlins that tortured the Mets that year. It's always the Marlins that are beating either the Mets or the Phillies. And I think, you know what it is? I think when you play the Pirates and the Marlins are perpetually a young team with a bunch of young players. Those teams are still playing for something, right? They're still involved in the season. They still want to prove themselves. It's when you get a Nationals team that has kind of traded everybody and is kind of closing up shop and beginning the rehabilitating or the rebuilding process, rather. That's when, those are the teams that are beatable. But, the Pirates and the Marlins are just pains in the neck. And it seems the Marlins are always a pain in the neck.
No question about that. The Marlins always, you're right. The Marlins always seem to be a pain in someone's ass. This year, the Pirates, they beat the Phillies 2 out of 3. They've just beat the Mets a couple of times. The Mets played them 6 times and couldn't get any separation. So we'll see how but the Phillies and Mets, when we talk on Friday, Mike, that will be a 3-game series. Phils are a game and a half back right now. If they win 2 against the Nationals and the Marlins can sweep the Mets, the Phillies would actually be in first place when these 2 teams meet on Friday. So that will be a pretty interesting one. I want to shift over to what the Sixers have done over the last 48 hours. Brought in Andre Drummond yesterday. So let's start with that. It's essentially just a replacement for Dwight Howard. But do we think that's the right replacement to back up Joel Embiid?
Well, I guess you have the questions that Andre Drummond and Embiid have kind of gone back in each other over social media and stuff like that. I'll say it's an upgrade over Dwight Howard. You need somebody to play center if Embiid were to get hurt, you can actually start Andre Drummond and not have the fall-up that you had last season. Remember last year when Embiid was hurt, the Sixers tried to start Howard. They quickly realized that was not going to work. He couldn't play that many minutes, so they shifted him back to his reserve role. So in Drummond, you definitely get a bit more insurance. He's a better backup for Embiid, and if Embiid does miss some game and some time, Drummond is a guy who you can start without an issue.
Right. So he's a guy who rebounds. He's a guy last year was a double-double, 17 points, 13 rebounds in Cleveland. But what about him and Ben Simmons playing at the same time?
Well, that doesn't work, right? And maybe it's just another sign Ben Simmons is not going to be in Philadelphia, basically. So, the lineup with Howard and Ben Simmons did not work. The lineup with Ben Simmons and Drummond did not work. So it's another sign you can take that perhaps Ben Simmons is going to be moving on here, and the Sixers are going to make a deal. Because, like you said, you cannot have – I mean, you can imagine playing a lineup with Simmons, Drummond, Matisse Thybulle. I mean, there's no scoring there whatsoever. So and shot creation there whatsoever. So you would think that this would be another indication that the Sixers were going to move on from Ben Simmons.
Right. It's funny. It's like, is a little secondary move like this a hint in what they might do, down the road? I mean, Drummond, 17.5 points, 13.5 rebounds, a block and a half. If Joel Embiid got hurt for any stretch of time, you would say, all right, this is a guy that can come in, because it's different than Howard. Howard really couldn't play in the starting lineup last year because you couldn't play him with Simmons. You couldn't have those two guys start together. So it really hamstrung them in the games when Embiid was out, because you couldn't start Howard and Simmons together. You would be almost in the same boat here. So do you think that this could be the breadcrumbs leading to a Ben Simmons move?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do move on from Ben Simmons, what you have to do is make sure that you have a backup for Joel Embiid. And one of the weaknesses the Sixers have had since the Embiid era began is having a guy who could fill in at center for him. Remember, during the Nets series a couple of years ago, they were I think they found Greg Monroe on a street corner and signed him in the middle of playoffs and put him in there and stuff like that. So if you are going to move on from Simmons and Embiid does hurt, now you can't just flip a switch and say, okay, well, we'll play Ben Simmons fast break style basketball. You're going to have a quality backup for Embiid, and that guy is Drummond.
Yeah, Drummond, interesting signing. Georges Yang is in here as well, kind of a stretch four, something they lacked last year. Now, he's not a stretch four in like the 6'10", 6'11" sense, but he's a power forward type of guy who can go out and shoot the three. Shot it at about a 40% clip last year. So that was something they were lacking last year behind Tobias Harris.
Yeah, he's another piece. He's a guy that doesn't, he makes you better, but does he make you think of a parade down Broad Street? No, but it's a solid signing, and I'm not going to quibble with it here. Like you said, it's a piece they didn't have last year. Maybe he can spell Tobias Harris a little bit. You can go smaller a little bit. Who knows? Maybe he could play. You could go really small and see what happens there. He plays some five. So you see what's out there. Basically, he makes them better, but it's not a piece where you say, wow, book the parade for Broad Street, right, basically. But he is somebody that he does fill a need, basically, and makes you a better team.
Yeah, 42% from three. You wonder if that's the precursor to Danny Green not coming back and him possibly kind of being that veteran guy who plays limited minutes, shoots the three well. They did bring back Korkmaz, 3 years, $15 million. Do you have a problem with that, or would you have gone in another direction?
No, I think what he is. I think he showed in the Atlanta series, right, that he could be a good role player off the bench. He has improved each one of his seasons. So you're going to need a guy like that who can come in, shoot ball from perimeter, maybe, provide some instant offense. He's been in the system for a while. What he is. Overall, what was out there. I don't know how you would have done better, so I don't have any issue bringing Korkmaz back. I think he's a solid role bench guy on a good NBA team. His ability to shoot makes that, and the game values that, right? These days, you look at Duncan Robinson from Miami. What did he just get, $90 million because he can shoot from three?
Right.
So, Korkmaz has the same sort of skill set. So, yes, I'm all on board with bringing Korkmaz back.
All right. I kind of agree. For $15 million, for what some of these shooters were getting, I mean, Doug McDermott
right, exactly.
is getting ridiculous amount of money. You mentioned Robinson. I mean, the amount of money some of these guys who are very one-dimensional type of players, I feel like for $15 million over three, you did a nice job there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just one point there. Exactly. Doug McDermott's making $42 million. If Doug McDermott's making $42 million, Korkmaz is worth $15 million.
Yeah, Korkmaz's agent needs to have a talking to, I would think. And then George Hill, the George Hill thing, they basically cut ties with him. I mean, that turned out to be a pretty kind of a bust of a deal.
Yeah, it was not the deal that, it was billed to be. You saw in the playoffs that he was not the player that, could not provide the offense, could not create the offense, was not the spark off the bench that, he was kind of billed, or the Sixers had hoped he would be when they traded for him at the deadline. So he had nothing much left. So you really had no choice but to move on from George Hill there. And that's another, kind of smart decision by the Sixers right there.
All right. Speaking of the Sixers, are you one of those conspiracy theory types that say, why would they hire a random coach who was never a head coach at Weber State, but he has worked with Dame Lillard? Why would the Sixers bring that particular guy in? Do you read those breadcrumbs at all?
I don't read them, only because I've been through this situation. It seems like 1,000 times with the Knicks. The Knicks are always hiring, Kevin Durant's personal coach, or they've got ties to Kentucky and this player and that player, or they're bringing in this coach, stuff like that. And it never works out that way. Most of these players, let's put it this way. It couldn't hurt that the Sixers have hired Dame Lillard's personal trainer, but Dame Lillard is going to go to the situation where A, he's paid the most, and B, he has the best chance to win an NBA championship. And, the personal trainer might be the cherry on top, but you're not getting the meal just for, the cherry on the sundae that comes with dessert. You want to know what the main course is going to be. And that's the ability to win a championship and, how much money he's paid.
All right, Mike, speaking of the Knicks, Bulls, the Eastern Conference seems like it's stepped its game up a little bit here over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, I like what the Bulls did, right? They got Lonzo Ball there, to add with Zach LaVine and Patrick Williams. They bring in DeMar DeRozan, who I know the analytics people don't like because he shoots a lot of 2-pointers, but I think DeMar DeRozan's a really, really good basketball player. So you add DeRozan and Lonzo Ball to that team, along with Zach LaVine, who's playing really well for the U.S. Olympic team. If you're up at 1:00 in the morning watching those games, he's played really well. And you add that to a young Patrick Williams who showed some promise. So, the Bulls obviously taking a step forward. The Knicks, I think the Knicks have improved themselves. Again, they basically bring back all their free agents. They bring Derrick Rose. They bring back Noel. They add Evan Fournier, and they add Kemba Walker. Who knows what his health is. The Knicks are better than they were at the end of last season, but, how much that improvement is going to translate to in the playoffs, who knows? But, they are better today with Fournier and Walker than they were yesterday. So, not good. You're not going to shrug your shoulders at that move, but you're not going to put a ticker tape parade down Broadway either.
Yeah, I know that the Knicks with getting Kemba Walker, that should give them that scorer that they lacked in the playoffs. Not sure it takes them to a finals, but it makes them definitely a more interesting out in the early rounds. And keep in mind, the Sixers were the 1 seed last year. I don't know that they get that 1 seed again if Brooklyn makes it through the season healthy with the Bucks playing, off a championship. Maybe the Sixers are a 3 and they have to face a Knicks team in the first round instead of a Washington team. And then, that changes the things a little bit when they have a guy like Kemba Walker who can get a bucket late in the game. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, his must-win column appears in Friday's editions of the Press of Atlantic City. And, of course, he was kind enough to join us here on this Wednesday. Thanks, pal.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
All right, there he goes. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. The mystery sale is back at JCPenney just in time for school. Shop smart and discover surprise savings with in-store coupon giveaways while supplies last at JCPenney. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Don't forget, download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can text us. Hit the text us button as you're listening to the show on your free mobile app. You can always browse through the app. All the articles from 973ESPN.com are free on the app. Download the app free. You can listen live, text us, call us through the app. There's a ton of ways that you can be a part of the show through the free mobile app. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And when we come back, Jason Fitz is here. We'll get his thoughts on the remade Eastern Conference, the NBA season starting tomorrow. The NFL season starting tomorrow. All that and more up next with ESPN radio host Jason Fitz from Spain and Fitz next. All right, here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash. Hour number 2, Jason Fitz is here from Spain and Fitz. You can hear him tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, the NFL season kicks off tomorrow with the Hall of Fame game. The NBA offseason has been wild. The remade Eastern Conference, where does that put the Sixers, who still have Ben Simmons on their roster? We'll get into that and so much more. Jason Fitz is here, and he joins me right now here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Jay Fitz, what's going on, man?
Yeah, and just living that dream. And, you start talking about everything that's coming up, and it just reminds me how suddenly, I don't want to take for granted how normal sometimes. I mean, we have these conversations about COVID, but, it's nice to be going into a season saying, hey, we've got all these things going on and feel confident that we're going to get some of them. So it's an exciting time.
Right. And the reason it is an exciting time is because of the fact that everything kind of got pushed back. I mean, normally we would be in the dog days of summer with just baseball kind of going on. But because of the unnormalcy of last year, it has put us in this situation here. So let's start with what happened in the NBA over the last 48 to 72 hours, where the Lakers have signed just about everybody, and the Eastern Conference seems to be very deep all of a sudden.
Yeah, and, the interesting thing, by the way, I think the NBA should take a strong look, and I think a lot of us think they should take a strong look at looking at this calendar permanently, because it's a win for everybody, the amount of coverage we can give this stuff. But I look at the Lakers, and it just feels to me like what we're doing right now is giving a ton of benefit of the doubt to a lot of pieces that are older and a lot of pieces we've seen have some success, and now we presume that they're going to put them all together. My only beef is this, if we look at the Lakers roster construction, you can look at it all day and say, okay, as long as they're healthy. But wasn't that always the argument? If AD and LeBron are healthy, no matter what happens around them, they're going to be the best team in the West. And if AD and LeBron aren't healthy, they're not. I don't think that any of these moves changed much of that reality. So while it's really cool to sit back and say, oh, look at the Lakers, I'm not sure that I see the Lakers that much differently, even if they're more talented, than I did in the final spin of it. And on the East, what we see is a lot of teams that I think have looked at what the Knicks and Hawks did and said, hey, what we need to do is make a push to at least being relevant. And that's good for the conference overall, but it also is just good for some of these fan bases. Like Sarah talks a lot about Chicago. I mean, I don't know that the Bulls are a great team, but they're certainly an interesting team, and they can certainly expect to come in and battle for a 4 or 5 seed in the playoffs. And that's a long time coming for that fan base. So I think there's been a lot of interesting things for the NBA in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, now that is, the Bulls, they go out and get Lonzo Ball. They've already got Zach LaVine. They've got Vucevic, who they had in the past. So that team at least has become interesting. They were terrible, and now all of a sudden, okay, Ball, Zach LaVine's going to be a little bit more of a veteran now. Lauri Markkanen, if he can get back, that's an interesting team. What about the Knicks getting Kemba Walker? Does that do anything?
No, it doesn't do enough for me. I mean, I think, but this is sort of where the Knicks are and where a lot of the logjam is. As you were coming in, you said, what's all this mean for the 76ers? I would argue that if I am Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia, there has been nothing that's happened in the last 48 hours that changes my reality. I think what the Knicks did in going out and getting Kemba makes them maybe a little bit better, but it doesn't bridge the gap towards where they need to be. And they can have all the money all day to spend, but I just don't know that there were the people in this class that were going to suddenly make that an epic team that was going to, leapfrog over Philly or Milwaukee or obviously Brooklyn if they're healthy. So the Knicks, they're sitting where they are. They're just like Atlanta at this point. They're going to be fighting for a 4.
That's interesting. Also, because it's funny you bring that up. I had mentioned the other day, Miami goes out and they get Kyle Lowry, and today they brought back Victor Oladipo, who's been hurt a lot. But is it Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, healthy Victor Oladipo, Bam Adebayo scare anybody?
Yeah, and that is one, as you said, Miami, I thought that I overlooked the Heat. I will give them credit. I think the Heat put themselves in a situation where they are very good. So, yeah, I think that does at least perk up a little bit of fear, not just because of how good those players are, but they have a little bit more depth than some of these teams have, right? And so that's been, I think, the biggest issue that you could say for, obviously, Brooklyn, for example, is that they've had, their superstars, but they just didn't have enough other pieces around them. I think if I'm Milwaukee right now, I'm looking at, Miami saying, hey, Miami might be a better version of who we are other than Giannis. So, I think Miami might be one of the few teams that is taking a step forward.
All right, I want to go to football because tomorrow night is the Hall of Fame game. It's back. So I would like for you to put in perspective. I think sometimes we have a hard time kind of understanding the fact that Tom Brady is going to be 44 years old and has no intentions of slowing down anytime soon. And the fact that we are living in it and watching it and have consumed it all, do we really understand and appreciate what we're watching?
No, not at all. And, I think this is a little bit of the LeBron conversation too. Like at some point, what's happened is we've become so galvanized on hatred for Brady being any other team's quarterback. Because let's all be very real. If he was our favorite team's quarterback, he would be a god, right? But because he came from the New England thing, and because there was this perception of Tom for years, and because we all have this reality that he's married to one of the most beautiful women in the world, and she's the actual breadwinner. Like, there's just so many things about Tom Brady's life that doesn't feel fair, like that we've let that skew us. But let's all be very honest. When we're 70 sitting around and somebody's telling us about another quarterback, we're all going to say, not as good as Brady. I watched Brady. And I think we have to step back and appreciate that, while it took a few weeks for them to get it figured out, I mean, Brady at this point, why would he consider stepping away? Bruce Arians does a great job of tailoring his offense to his quarterback. He lets his quarterback have a ton of, sort of power in the way everything's run. And Tampa Bay was already an incredibly talented team. So, if I'm the Bucs, I look at it and say, I'm running it back with a quarterback that may be able to play for another 2 or 3 years. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the part where it's uncomfortable to watch him. Like the last couple of years of Manning, we knew was uncomfortable to watch, but we were like, hey, it's still Peyton. We haven't even gotten to that with Tom. So, what's to say you can't play another 5 years and keep kicking all of our butts?
That would be unbelievable. And when I saw that he was 44 yesterday, I said, I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I'm 44. I couldn't imagine doing what he does and playing at the level he does. Speaking of some oddities here, how about the whole situation of what's happening in Indianapolis with Carson Wentz and how Nick Foles' name has popped up there? If you are the Colts, are you going down the Nick Foles road to replace Carson Wentz?
Maybe, but man, and Chris Ballard, the GM of the Colts, is somebody I've given a lot of praise to because he got a roster that was basically a quarterback and nothing else, and he ripped that thing apart and has rebuilt it and done a really nice job with it. The problem is, how did they not see this coming? Like the one thing that was going to be predictable for Carson Wentz is that there would be an injury at some point. So for a GM to go all in on Carson, reinventing and refining himself, I'm okay with that. But you better have a backup plan. And the fact that they went that far in, now they're pot committed. So, the nice thing about Foles, frankly, is that they bring in somebody that obviously knows the offense, obviously would know how to handle this relationship. And, Sarah Spain smartly pointed out to me when we were talking about it, like there really isn't any proof of concept that there's a problem between Carson Wentz and Nick Foles. The two of them seem to have gotten along and, they both understand their roles in it. So maybe it's a perfect situation in that sense, but they're going to have to overpay. And at what point is there accountability to the GM for putting them in the situation where now they have to do the one thing we all would have predicted, which is get a backup quarterback, and they're going to have to pay a premium for Nick Foles? Like, that would not make me happy as an organization.
So let's play this out and have a little fun, should we, Jay Fitz? I mean, obviously, Foles gets traded there. He's 6-1. Now what?
He stays in. I mean, and let me say, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but, like, to be real, I think the Colts have one of the 2 or 3 best rosters in the NFL, top to bottom. So Nick Foles would be going to the Colts with an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, which is ironic in and of itself. Like, I feel like for the rest of his career, somebody should be required to sign Carson Wentz first and then sign Nick Foles, because that's obviously the way that you win a Super Bowl, right? Like, you make sure that one comes in after the other. But I mean, I look at all of that and think, if he's 6-1, I mean, the Colts are so good, and the Quentin Nelson injury is going to be substantial. But let's not get it twisted. Like, this is a team that will run the ball down anybody's throats, and Taylor's turned out to be a really good running back. They have one of the best lines in the league. They have weapons. They have one of the best defenses in the league. Like, they'll be able to hang on and win games they shouldn't win with a backup quarterback in. So, I mean, I think that most backup quarterbacks we've heard speculated have the ability to win several games there. So nothing gets easy for Carson at this point.
Okay. Jason Fitz is with us. College football is going bonkers right now. Oklahoma, Texas, they're going to go to the SEC. What's next for college football? Is this going to be epic or an epic fail?
So that's a really great question, the way you posed it. Like, it's going to result in epic change to the way college football looks, but I don't think it's going to result in epic change to the actual game, which is an epic fail. So, like, because hear me out on this. I mean, the Big 12 and the Pac-12 have to merge. They have to come together realistically. Otherwise, for anyone that thinks that Memphis, Cincinnati, Houston, schools like that going to the Big 12 fixes anything, I mean, all that's going to make the Big 12 is a glorified Group of Five conference, right? Like, so that's not going to be enough for them. The only brands that will help them are Oregon and UCLA and USC. Like, you go out and you get those with the Pac-12 merger. So I could see that happening. But here's the part of it we're not talking enough about. Like, Texas and Oklahoma are going to get beaten badly by Alabama every year once they join the SEC. So what was the point? Like, and now we've got this weird world where if you're a Tennessee fan, for example, you're the fourth best team, you know, even on a best year, you're a fourth best team in the SEC one year because everything's looked great. Well, you have a harder life to get to the playoffs than a Power Five or a Group of Five school would that gets an automatic bid, right? Like, so if the playoff expansion thing goes through where, you know, the highest ranked Group of Five school has a real shot, we could see a world where coaches are being fired left and right because they can't compete in the SEC or the mega conference. And in the meantime, you got a coach sitting over here in Houston that's just going to the playoffs every 3 years. It's a weird world that won't change the final product on the field. I think it's going to leave college football fans really frustrated that certain teams through all of it are just better than everybody else still.
Yeah, because you wonder, you know, all right, Texas and Oklahoma are the two biggest brands, but Oklahoma has been, but Texas hasn't really been a top-level team. So there's other teams in that conference who are saying, now what do we do? So what happens with all of the leftovers?
Yeah, well, and that's, I mean, I think you're looking at the rest of the conference. They're going to have to try and find some way. I think the Big Ten will pick up a couple of scraps across the way. Like, Baylor's got a really good program at this point across the board. Like, Baylor should be enticing to some people, you know, but it's not going to be easy. And, you know, as you mentioned, Oklahoma's been pretty good. Oklahoma's been pretty good feasting against Big 12 defenses. Like, I just don't trust that Oklahoma, and that, you know, as great as they have been and Lincoln Riley's been at quarterback development, I just don't know that Oklahoma can put up those sorts of numbers and stats and looks against, you know, even the LSU defenses across the country, which bad last year, but will be back this year. Like, I just think, you know, you look across the board at what we're going to see. We're going to find out that a lot of these Big 12 teams weren't very good. They're not all that appealing. I don't know that they make the Big 10 that much better. So, you know, other than trying to figure out where Notre Dame goes, I think the balance of power in the college football world has been established. It will be the SEC for the rest of our lives.
Well, that seems right. Like, and they're talking about doing what, like these 16-team conferences or these 12-team, whatever it was, and just having like 4 of them. But it's then how do you figure out who's going where? How long does it take to get there? We're still talking about expanding the playoffs while all this is happening. This is a very pivotal situation, it feels like, for that sport.
And also remember, on top of all of that, the sport had an opportunity last year in COVID to work together to come to one set of protocols, one set of rules. All of these commissioners came together and they decided instead they were going to make it the Wild Wild West because they had too much ego and pride, and each conference was going to do what they wanted because nobody tells them what to do. Now we think that all these conferences are going to come together and kumbaya and swallow their pride. I can't buy that. So I don't even trust the college football conferences to work together in a way that aligns them in a smart way either. So too much pride involved in all of it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, how attractive is, hey, TCU, do you want to come play with us? Or, you know, some of these Texas Techs of the world, does the ACC or the Pac-12 really feel like that's a great fit? I mean, it seems that if you are located in Texas or Oklahoma or in that region, you might be SOL when it comes to finding a new home. Now, some of the other players, you know, West Virginia, they could probably say, hey, Big Ten, are you interested in us? ACC, are you interested in us? But those middle teams, man, I don't know what happens there. And I think this is going to be something to definitely keep an eye on. But what about the possibility of like Clemson and Florida State, them getting out of the ACC and saying, you know what, we want to go to the SEC?
Well, I would have a hard time believing they actually make it to the SEC because of the revenue and the amount of money. But also what happens through all of this is, what does the ACC have to do to make sure that they now make those programs happy, right? Like, So it becomes, that's the other sort of arms race that we're going to see right now. Like, we understand that at this point, if you're the Big Ten, you're looking around saying, how do we make sure that we don't get Big 12? And the ACC is going to have to say, how do we make sure we don't get Big 12? I mean, if we're really going to look at all of this, like, what prevents, I don't know, the Clemsons and Florida States of the world and the North Carolinas and Dukes from going to then Ohio State and Michigan State and saying, hey, let's form our own group. Like, at this point, it is the Wild West. And if that's the way it's going to be, then every conference needs to make sure that they're sort of respecting the 2 or 3 brands that actually make their conference tick. Because without them, what we've learned throughout the course, like, I would say the same thing for the Big Ten. Like, Indiana football isn't something anybody's going to give a damn about if Ohio State and Penn State aren't part of that conference. So, everybody needs to be worried.
August 28th, college football is back. And if you were on the video today, you would see that I'm wearing a Syracuse T-shirt today. That would be my college pick today.
That is well done. And I will shamelessly start to promote this with you all the time. But on Saturday nights, I'll be doing a college football show on Twitter and YouTube and the ESPN app called the College Football Show. That's a nightly. Every Saturday night, we'll be recapping all the action and setting the stage for the big Saturday night game on ABC. So I'll be all over this all season.
Love it, love it, love it. Can't wait for college football to come back. It's Nebraska, Illinois, that first game on the 28th. Can you tell I'm ready? College football, Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz, 7 o'clock here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Jason Fitz, take care, bud.
Thanks, brother. Have a great week.
That's Jason Fitz, and he, of course, appeared here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. I, of course, am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, and, of course, the free mobile app, which you can download for free in the App Store, Apple Store, Google Play. You can text us through the app. What else do we got going on today? Well, the Eagles are back. Football is back. NFC East is going to be interesting. There was an injury today at Eagles camp that's a little disheartening because of some of the reports we've been getting early in camp. We'll have that coming up. Phillies, game and a half out of first place. That's fun. Also, as we just discussed that college football stuff, I'm a big college football fan, not as big as Josh is probably, but I will say all of this, I went through this before. I went through it. The West Virginia was in the Big East, and that thing fell apart. Just watched it disintegrate. Miami left. They replaced Miami with South Florida. You had Virginia Tech leave. They replaced all these teams. It just didn't work. College football needs to figure out who it wants to be and just pull the Band-Aid off and make it happen. Now, like for this season. Almost say, look, it's August. We have games coming up. They can make a new schedule. Probably not. But it's going to turn into a disaster if they just let a handful of teams just kind of tiptoe their way out. College football needs to step up and just assign you and realign you. We'll discuss. All right, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. So we were just talking with Jason Fitz, who's going to be hosting the college football show this college football season, which I'm happy about. I love the college football genre. I'll always love jumping in there. But this is more than just a college football thing. This is one of those, like, I'm a big, like, I listen to, like, the sports media podcasts, like stuff on TV ratings and that kind of stuff. I'm really into that kind of stuff. Like, I listen to, like, 3 different podcasts that are all garnered, generating interest in TV ratings and all that kind of stuff. Like, who's calling the games and the behind the scenes on that and the ratings on it and all of that. And one of the things, and I'm sure Josh will probably have some interest in this conversation, which is what's going on in college football right now is sad. It really is. It is piggish and it is greed. That is all this is. It is pig greed. And you have essentially Oklahoma and Texas just saying, we want more money. And it's not that we just want more money. It's that we didn't think we got enough money from the Big 12 because we feel that our brands are bigger than the other brands. So therefore, we should have gotten more money from the Big 12. And because you didn't give it to us, we're going to leave. So like a fart in the wind, there goes Texas and Oklahoma. They are now essentially members of the SEC. Now, I don't know when that starts. Does that start next season?
No. So the way it works is the way the contracts are set up, they have to be with the Big 12 as long as the TV contract is still valid until 2025.
Wow. So they have to stick in the Big 12 till 2025?
Unless they want to pay the buyout fee.
Which is going to happen.
Well,
I mean, that's what happened to all the Big East teams.
Well, do you want to spend $75 to $80 million?
They probably don't want to, but I would imagine on the back end, they probably feel it's worth getting out now.
Well,
I mean, that's what happened to Miami and Virginia Tech. The Big East teams, they paid the buyout and got out. I don't know if it was 75 to 80 million.
It wasn't. But the point is that if you are Texas Oklahoma, what you're really hoping for is that the Big 12 has to become solvent on some level and that they have to let them go without paying that big number. Because according to what Bosby said, the commissioner of the Big 12, to Texas senators, that Texas and Oklahoma account for 50% of their league revenue. Those two schools.
Yeah.
And that their TV contract becomes way less valuable without them. So,
which is, I mean, Texas has its own channel,
which is separate from the conference contract.
Right. They have their own station today,
Network.
The Longhorn Network. They still have that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Oklahoma is obviously the top program in the Big 12 on the field.
On the field, yes. In multiple sports, by the way. It's not just in football.
That's where you're making money, though.
You're making money there, but it's important to note that in order for you to make other money, for example, when teams make the playoffs in the NCAA tournament playoffs, so whether it's basketball, whether it's gymnastics, whether it's baseball, you get TV money from being in the postseason as well. So every time you see baseball on television, and if Texas or Oklahoma are in the playoffs, guess what? That school gets a piece of that TV money, and it goes to the conference.
Right. Well, what's left over then essentially is this. Not attractive, okay? If you look at, all right, these two teams are going to the SEC. So the SEC essentially now would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 teams. They get up to 16 teams. Now the Big 12
would that be down to 8?
Would be down to 8. You go back to the Big 8, which was the original conference. But here's the problem. That conference is left with Baylor, Iowa State, Kansas, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, TCU, Texas Tech, and West Virginia. That's the American Conference.
And that's why the conversation started last night of the Big 12 and the Pac-12 merging.
I don't like that.
The commissioners are already having the conversation.
I did read that. But, all right,
because they believe that they can maximize their TV contracts if they merge together and renegotiate the TV contracts.
But all right, so now you've got a conference that literally goes from Washington State through the state of California over to West Virginia.
Well, that's where, if I'm West Virginia, I'm exit strategy stage right ASAP.
Absolutely. But that goes right back to, I've lived this before. And this isn't like, hey, Mike Gill went to, I've watched what happened to college football where Miami went to the ACC, Virginia Tech went to the ACC. And you know what happened to those two programs? They became irrelevant.
Right.
Miami was one of the greatest college football programs. They're irrelevant in the ACC.
They're a secondary, thirdary thought.
Virginia Tech was in the national championship game in the Big East.
And nobody
they
cares.
Are irrelevant in the college football landscape now. Boston College, irrelevant.
You would argue
Syracuse, completely irrelevant.
Well, yeah, that's true. I would argue the three schools you just named are the three most irrelevant schools in that conference.
Right. And it's not like the ACC is some powerhouse. It's just the fact that
they're top heavy.
They went to a place that football's kind of secondary in the ACC.
Well, not just that, but it was also the fact that you really only have had two main schools in the last 15 years. It's been Florida State and Clemson. The rest of the conference has basically been just kind of middling behind them.
Right. So I'm saying you have a conference that really cares more about basketball. And that was the Big East's problem. The Big East said no one cares about Big East football. So they broke this conference up thinking they're going to go to a place that was going to give them, more exposure. And they went to a place that cares about basketball more than they do football. The ACC is a basketball conference. It's not a football conference. So you put yourself right back at square one if you're Miami, Virginia Tech, Boston College, Syracuse, right? So, and college football can't step in and assign you where to go.
No. This is also being negotiated based on the stipulations in everybody's contracts that they sign with each conference.
It is heartbreaking to see this happen and just completely ruin the landscape of what, you put together a conference, you're saying, okay, the Pac-12 has Arizona State, Arizona, Cal, Colorado, Oregon, Oregon State, Stanford, UCLA, USC, Utah, Washington, and Washington State. You're telling me that that's a mix with the leftover 8 teams in the Big 12?
No, it's not. But what they're banking on is because they have contracts with Fox and with ESPN that they can parlay that along with the fact that the Pac-12 has their own individual network. They can merge together and create more value for everyone involved.
Sure, Pac-12 games are on Fox and so is Big 12.
Right, and also they can make the Pac-12 network some Pac-Big network or whatever they want to call it. And, of course, that gets a lot of subscriber viewers and money as well. Like the Big Ten network does.
I mean, the other conferences, are you better off if you're the Big 8? Are you the 8 leftovers, all right? All 8 of them kind of fending for themselves or trying to stick together and knock on the door of the Big 10 and say, hey, do you want to take us? Or Conference USA, which really stinks, and saying, you want to take us, or the American. I mean, the Mountain West. I mean, do you really want to knock on the doors of those places and say, hey, do you want to take the rest of us? I mean, the American might be your best option.
What I would do if I were these schools is if I was Baylor and Texas Tech and TCU, I'm calling the American and saying, listen, we can at least keep our regional rivalries because of TV contracts and because of conference setups if we go to your conference. Because the way the AAC television contracts and scheduling works, you can at least try to schedule Texas and these other schools in these cycles they have. And you get to have your rivalry with Houston as well in state. Whereas if you go to the Pac-12, you lose all regional viability and your recruiting suffers greatly.
Right, because a lot of what college football is, like it or not, we understand that here with Rutgers, who has 0 national cachet. They're getting better. I will give them that.
But everything's dependent on your region.
But the fact that they have been one of the most putrid college football programs ever, and they got tapped on the shoulder by the Big Ten. Why? Because they were in the New York market, quote unquote.
Correct.
So that is why I wonder if going to the American would make more sense, even though it is probably of a lesser conference. You have Houston, Temple, which is Philadelphia.
Memphis.
You've got Cincinnati. The rest of them, I mean, SMU, I guess, is Dallas. You've got
Right.
South Florida, which is Tampa. You've got Tulane, which is New Orleans.
UCF.
But now you're sending the 8 leftovers over there. I don't know.
Well, that's why I don't think all 8 would go there. I'm thinking the Texas schools would go there because then
I think the Texas schools might have more in common with the Pac-12 teams, no?
I don't know.
Here's the teams that are Baylor, TCU, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State. Those 4.
Oklahoma State's the real loser in all.
Well,
this.
Iowa State is in real trouble.
Well, they can just go to the Big Ten.
They could. Iowa's already there. You
Right.
can create that.
Nebraska's already there.
Kansas and Kansas State, not football schools
They're
at
basketball
all.
schools.
They're in some trouble.
Yeah, they got to figure out what they
I
want.
mean, West Virginia's in the best spot. They could
Yes.
probably pitch themselves to the ACC or the Big Ten.
And the ACC would take them because remember, the ACC has Notre Dame for football and for other
Is
sports.
that still for football, though, or is that only for last year
Not-
because of COVID?
They can't be in the conference championship, Notre Dame, but they still get a mandatory 6 to 7 games ACC games.
Well, they have 14 teams there now. So if they took West Virginia, they would almost have to get another team.
Right, and you could argue where that team could come from, but there are ways you could find a way to squeeze somebody in there. Because eventually we're going to have every conference.
Well,
have
what
16 teams.
what could happen too is, from what I understand, is there are a couple teams in the Big Ten that were in the old ACC that are not happy.
Yes, one of them being Maryland. Maryland is very unhappy because they feel like they have gotten the short end of the financial stick, which is kind of their fault because they've had some problems in their
Right. They
programs.
went to the Big Ten. So Maryland is in the Big Ten. They could essentially come back and be the 16th team.
Correct.
And that would create some wiggle room for some of the Big 12 teams to go
To the Big Ten.
Now, are these – because they're talking about having maybe 4 16-team conferences?
The theory is that if you had 4 16-team conferences or 3 with 16 and then 2 others with 14, that you could basically have the entire major FBS schools all in a handful of conferences.
Right.
So, like, for example, you mentioned 16 for ACC. There's going to be 16 for the SEC. Then you get if the Pac-12 absorbs some teams from what was the Big 12, you can get the 16 there as well. Obviously, the Big 10 would absorb the rest of the teams. They'll get the 16. ACC can absorb some schools.
Well,
They
you
can
could
get the
also
16.
go pluck, I guess, which I hate to see, but you could go to the American and say, hey, Cincinnati, do you want to go here? Hey, Houston, do you want to go there? Hey, South Florida. Hey, some of the bigger markets.
Well, also, if you go out west, for example, we know that BYU is currently an independent. What if the Pac-12 goes to BYU and makes them an offer? They could expand the Pac-12. You have schools like Boise State out there. What if they go to the Pac-12? You have different ways, like you said, pluck from these smaller conferences and to build up these conferences. Because at the end of the day, all these schools want the football money, and they don't care if they have to sacrifice the other sports, and that's the problem. What happens when Oklahoma goes to the SEC? Sure, you get the football money, but you're going to suffer in every other sport because you go from being big fish, small pond to now big pond, and you're just the same size of smaller than the other fish.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through like Conference USA. They have nobody that's attractive.
Oh,
at
Conference
all.
USA can be ignored.
Yeah,
Just outright.
I mean, unless you think like the Big East years ago took a shot on South Florida and it worked.
Yeah, but that was a short-lived thing. The only
But
school,
Florida Atlantic has put some money into that program.
yeah, but Lane Kiffin left, so
True.
Lane Kiffin's in the SEC like everybody else.
Everybody else in that conference is irrelevant. Your other option is somebody shakes a stick at UConn and hopes they get their act together, which hasn't happened.
Yeah, they're a mess.
They've been a disaster since they've left the Big East, and they went to the American for a little bit. Now somehow they're independent. It's a shame. I mean, what happened is an absolute. Now the Mountain West, could the Pac-12 and the Mountain West say, boom, let's get together?
Not all the schools, because the Pac-12 will say no to some of those schools just outright. Because, like, you live in San Jose State if you're the Pac-12. Really?
No, but then you pick the ones that you want, the leftovers. Sorry.
Yeah, they go to the WAC.
There is no more whack, is there?
Yeah. The Western Athletic Conference.
Not in football.
There's some schools out there. They're just not very high level.
No.
They're just lower level nobodies.
There's no more whack for Division I football, though. Yeah, the conferences are American, Mid-American, ACC, Mountain West, Pac-12, ACC, Big 12, Big 10, SEC, Conference USA, Sun Belt. And then the
Sun Belt, I believe, is Coastal Carolina.
Yes, Coastal Carolina, Appalachian State. It's a very small level of Division I, but the WAC dissolved into the Mountain West.
Right, but the point is that some of those schools are not going to be able to go to a big conference out in the Mountain West. They just can't.
It's very sad, though, to see how this is all kind of materialized.
It is sad, and what's going to happen is, like I said, you're going to find that the schools who are sacrificing for the football money, because agreed, as you mentioned about 10 minutes ago, they're going to suffer in the other sports because they're making some money.
But
some of these schools in other sports, but they don't care because all they see is the big dollars. Then when they find out that they can't have any success in the other sports, they're all going to be crying bloody murder like Maryland is right now, because Maryland's getting massacred in most of the sports because they wanted the football money.
Well, this will be interesting to see when it takes shape, because if you're saying the TV contract's until 2025.
Yes, but if the Big 12 either merges with another conference or has to renegotiate the TV contract, that is an immediate out for Oklahoma and Texas. So the working theory is if they have to merge with the Pac-12 or renegotiate their TV contract then Texas, Oklahoma can get out within the next 2 years.
All right, Sports Bats Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app.
Really quick, one more thing. The SEC only voted unanimously for Oklahoma and Texas on one condition. And the condition is they are changing their football schedule. Now, everyone has to play everyone. There's no more 4-year cycles anymore.
In the Big 12?
No, in the SEC. The SEC used to have these 3 to 4 year cycles where you only play certain teams for a period of time instead of having a chance to play everyone.
They did it with 16 teams, though.
If they, I'm saying they approved Texas, Oklahoma joining them. Because the way it worked previously was it's in the two divisions, the East and the West and the SEC. And you play teams depending on a 3 to 4 year cycle. Schools like Tennessee and South Carolina said, we aren't voting for this unless you change the football schedule that promises that we get Texas and Oklahoma every other year. So now these SEC schools want to have those schools on their schedule for why? Recruiting.
Don't forget football for Jeff Mosher, latest on the Eagles. That's all coming up in 18 minutes from now. 3:46 on a Wednesday. Coming up, football at 4. Jeff Mosher is in today. I think Mosher's birthday was either yesterday or the day before. Yesterday? Happy birthday, Mosher. Do you remember August 4th is the day? Jeff Kerr with more on the Eagles camp today. A lot going on over there. It was an injury at Eagles camp, which kind of sucks. Davion Taylor, who had been having a pretty good camp apparently, is going to be on the old week-to-week clip coming up. So that stinks. So he was a guy that seemingly was going to, I don't know, be in the mix for some playing time. And it appears that will not be the case, at least for now. He's going to miss some time because of an injury. I think he had a calf injury, and they're listing him as week-to-week. There's some more injuries and stuff that we'll get to. Some of the things, I think, DeCecco is at training camp today from the Inside the Birds guys. They kind of take turns going up there. I think DeCecco's there today. And one of the things you keep hearing about how hands-on Nick Sirianni is. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside talked about it today. He said it's essentially like we have two wide receiver coaches, that he is so detailed with the wide receivers. But I thought maybe the story of the day, and I don't want to say it's a huge, shocker, but Travis Fulgham essentially came out today and admitted, right, that the reason he didn't play last year was because Alshon Jeffries. I mean, he essentially came right out and said it. Didn't hold back at all. How come you didn't play last year? Well, they told me basically that because, and I'll get the direct quote. Fulgham says, I feel like I was always at my best. It was just my role change at the time, and that's kind of what it was. The follow-up question was, did you ever get an explanation as to why the role changed? You were having some success on the field. What was the message off the field? To which Fulgham said it was kind of just, Alshon came back healthy, and that was his spot. So I kind of just went back into my role, I guess. Now that there is malpractice. We had the conversation earlier with Jason Fitz. If you're the coach of the team, right? You're the coach of any team, and a player is performing well. We talked about, hey, Carson Wentz misses 6 games, and Nick Foles goes 5-1. What do? Do you go back to Wentz, or do you stick with the hot hand? In this situation last year, Alshon Jeffrey was coming back to a team that essentially was not very good. Okay? So in that situation, for the long-term success of the organization, Doug Peterson owes it to the team to find out if this guy can play. Not replace him with a player who quite frankly, the organization didn't even want back. Right? The message all offseason long was they didn't even want him back. They just couldn't get anybody to take him. So, to me, malpractice from Doug Peterson there. Hate to say it. Peterson won the Super Bowl, will always be highly regarded for that from me, but you got to call guys out when they make mistakes in all situations. You don't get a free pass. Hey, I like Doug Peterson. I didn't think he needed to be fired, but in this situation, absolutely terrible decision. And we all kind of felt it. It was like, well, but no one really came out and said that's the reason. But to hear Travis Fulgham essentially say they just basically gave the job back to him, that's unacceptable. You had a guy who for 4 weeks was one of the best receivers in football. And you went back to Alshon Jeffries, and then, okay, fine. You owed it to Alshon. He was a Super Bowl champion. He didn't do anything to lose his job. Once you saw that he wasn't the same player, At that point, Doug Peterson owes it to the team to say, I got to give this kid another shot. I got to. That really, I mean, I get it. Like, this isn't like some shocking news that I'm bringing to the table to you, but just to kind of hear Fulgham say it. I mean, Fulgham's like, I did everything I could, right? And they basically said, you're taking Alshon's position. That's not a good enough answer for me. And it's a shame because obviously Fulgham is now in a situation where he needs to prove to people that he can play. But I think you're seeing some good stuff out of Fulgham. We heard some stuff the other day from Shane Steichen, the offensive coordinator. Today, Jonathan Gannon talked about Zach McPherson, hearing really good things about him. Andrew DeCecco was tweeting about him today. So we'll get into that during football at 4. Hey, real quick, why we got a couple of minutes before the top of the hour here. Let me get you the Phillies lineup today. All right, here we go. Well, they took my advice. I think the Phillies listened to me today. I think the Phillies listened to me today because the lineup does not have Rhys Hoskins in the 2-hole. Jankowski leads off. Segura hits 2. Harper hits 3. Hoskins hits 4. Gregorius hits 5. Bohm hits 6. Herrera in left field hits 7. Knapp is the catcher, hits 8. And sadly, Chase Anderson is in the pitching spot, hitting 9th tonight for the Phils. So they made a couple little tweaks. Jankowski, who did not play last night, he goes to the top of the lineup, and then it goes Segura to the 2-hole. So I'll give him credit there. Joe Girardi said, hey, that guy on the radio, he's managing a team that's going to the World Series. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. I'm going to get Hoskins out of the 2-hole. Thankfully, Hoskins is not in the 2-hole. My gosh. I don't mind Hoskins hitting 4. I mean, if you're a good team, he's probably hitting 6 or 7. Gregorius hitting 5 is a little rich for my blood, but they don't really have a lot of options. Bohm has been hitting a lot better recently. I mean, Bohm since June 1st, okay? People are – I don't understand the Bohm hate. I don't know. People – they get this thought in their head, and then they go down a direction, and then they can't change. His last 15 games, Bohm has a 912 OPS. I heard people complaining about – I don't understand it. In his last 150 plate appearances, Bohm's hitting .313 with a .387 on base percentage. Like, I don't know. I think we just get these first impressions, and we're so stuck on them. Since July the 9th, okay? July 9th. We're going almost a month now. Alec Bohm is hitting .375 with a .982 OPS. Are we going to complain about Bohm? Really? It is bizarre to me. I see all this Bohm hate, all this, like everywhere. Now, from June 1st to August 1st, 324, 392 on base percentage, 436 slugging. The first 2 months of the season were the anomaly for Alec Bohm. This guy can hit. If you know anything about baseball and you watch him play, you can see he knows how to use all fields. He hits all over the place. And they're going to need him to. They're going to need him to. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Coming up, it is Football at 4. Eric Wilson, Jordan Mailata, offense, defense. How do those two guys fit in? Moshe joins me. Coming up next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you this hour by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. Jeff Mosher, who I believe had a birthday yesterday, is with us today from the Inside the Birds podcast. He is all over this Eagles team as a lot of interesting stories are developing as camp is fully underway, and we've got plenty to kind of dive into. Don't forget the Eagles and the Steelers on Thursday night. You can hear the game live right here on 97.3 ESPN. Not this Thursday, next Thursday. Tomorrow night, it is the Hall of Fame game, but not quite the Hall of Famer. Not a Hall of Fame vote, but still very good. Jeff Mosher is here. What's going on, Mosher?
How we doing, Mike? What's going on?
We are very busy, man. We got so many interesting stories. Training camp is like that time of the year where this guy stands out and he's the darling of camp and all that good stuff. But obviously there's some interesting storylines. Let's start with one that kind of came out today. Davion Taylor, who was out of nowhere, it became kind of a story. People were kind of intrigued. Oh, wow, I keep getting asked. Could Taylor really actually help this team? Well, he got hurt and is going to miss some time, which could stunt his possible development to help this team this year.
Yeah, it certainly could. He has a calf injury. He's listed as week to week. He had come back a couple days ago from a different, what they listed as a different injury, a lower leg, I think. And then he left during warmups, and we haven't seen him since. So, as you mentioned, a calf injury is a tricky one because I've seen calf injuries that surprisingly have lingered for several weeks. I've seen Fletcher Cox have one and be back within 2 weeks. So, as we love to say in this business, right, everything is case by case or depends on how the person heals. But as you mentioned, Mike, this is a player who needed every single rep that he can get. So even if it's 1 week, even if it's 2 weeks, even if it's 4 or 5 practices, that's time that he really needed out on the field to kind of improve from a real non-entity type of rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody had any expectations that he would help the defense at all this year until the last couple of days where it was, hey, this guy's out there. And he's only out there getting extensive snaps most because Singleton has been out with COVID. And then he got these extra opportunities. And it was like, hey, maybe this guy needed some more development or needed a little bit more hands-on. And we're starting to see a little bit of that, I feel, and I want to get your opinion on this, from a lot of guys in this camp. You're starting to hear J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, well, Sirianni's very hands-on. It's almost like we have 2 wide receiver coaches. It seems that this coaching staff is very vocal and very hands-on.
Yeah, very, very vocal. You've seen it over since the start of camp, especially the last 2 days with the pads come out. You know, Jason Avant made a joke on the Q&A show on our Inside the Birds platform that he doesn't even know why the Eagles need a wide receivers coach because it seems like Nick Sirianni is drilling the wide receivers every single day. He did it again today. There was a rep pretty early in the team drills, and Sirianni looked at Rager and said something very direct. Clearly wasn't happy. Yesterday, you yelled at basically the entire offense after it didn't line up correctly, but it wasn't really the offense. It was the wide receivers he was getting into. So this is a position where you wanted this coaching staff to really start to bring the hammer and show that it can develop the talent better than past regimes have. They're trying, and we'll have to see whether or not this works. I do remember last year, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside being kind of a guy who we thought had a good training camp, but it did not translate to success on the field, obviously. Here this year, he's doing what's asked. It does look like he's getting off scrimmage a little bit better, but I will emphasize that much of the work so far, this whole camp has been odd in its ramp up. Not odd, I mean predictable because of all the time that was off between OTAs and the start of camp, but it's a very pronounced and exaggerated ramp up process. So whereas normally you'd see a lot more move the ball sessions, so far we've seen a lot of red zone. We've seen a lot of short yard. It's shorter stuff. Not a whole lot of opportunities for guys to show their separation skills down the field.
Yeah, and I know the wide receiver is an interesting conversation because Devonta Smith getting hurt. I guess he's still working on the side to try to keep himself sharp, but that opens up opportunities for others. And just reading through the transcript, Quez Watkins, John Hightower were two guys that I think Nick Sirianni brought up as guys who have kind of taken advantage of some opportunities here.
Well, they've certainly taken advantage from a rep standpoint. John Hightower made a really nice catch there. There were only 2 real splash plays today. It seemed like, well, first of all, the veterans got the day off, and secondly, there was a heavy emphasis on the run. So Hightower made one of the splash plays, really went up to catch a ball from Jalen Hurts on the left side with Zach McPherson draped on him. And when he came down, he made sure to keep both feet in bounds, which was questionable at first, but then they had the referee there who signaled him in bounds. It was a really nice grab. But I will say, I feel like Hightower has been kind of inconsistent, and he's another guy that the coaches are always kind of talking to after certain plays. Now, they're just coaching, doing their job, but he certainly is taking advantage of the reps, getting out there and giving himself the opportunity to prove himself. Quez Watkins, I feel, has been more consistently improved as far as his route running. His body looks ready for a physical toll. He's gone up to get a few balls. I mean, he looks like the one you would say of last year's rookie wideouts has kind of taken everything seriously and really come in to compete for a spot every single day.
Hey, with that's the wide receiver look at things, but I guess what kind of beat or feel do we have on where Zach Ertz is going to be in this offense? I know that if I feel, Moshe, every time they're asked about it, they just go back to the canned, he's accomplished a lot. He's really a great player. Watch him on tape. You can see how great he is. But nothing short of we're going to use him a lot. He did
Right.
yesterday. We do throw the balls to the tight end a lot if you watch us. But is there any feel, I mean, just the fact that he's wearing pads and out there, is that something?
Well, I do feel like the biggest thing you can read into anything is that we are now about a little more than a week into camp, and Zach Ertz has not been in front of a microphone yet. And I have a feeling there's a lot of intent behind that, because right now, as you mentioned, the messaging coming out of Eagles camp is, oh, he's valuable, he's a good player, but it's all coming from the same people, right? Howie and the coaches. You haven't heard the Zach Ertz side of the story, and I find that pretty interesting considering how important of a topic he was headed into camp, that you still haven't heard Zach Ertz speak, and I'm not sure that you're going to. So we'll see what happens there. I will say, though, I am shocked and surprised, and I was wrong. I thought that they would put him in bubble wrap to not get him hurt, but he has been out there. Now, the way they mix and match him in, it's not like he gets a ton of reps, and of course they've had 2 veteran days off in 7 days already, and he's been part of both days off. So he's really only practiced for 5 days. He's really only practiced in pads once, but he did catch a couple of balls early yesterday in the padded practice, and he's out there. So
it's hard.
It seems like they're trying to show people that he's healthy and he can still catch the ball, but not trying to put him in too much harm's way.
Well, I bring this up, Moshe, because it's hard to see that if he's on the roster, that he just has no role. And then you hear what Fulgham said today, and that makes you kind of, I know it's a new coaching staff, but when Fulgham essentially came out and said, I didn't play because Jeffrey was back and he took my spot, that makes you say, we've talked about this before. New coaching staff don't know, but if Ertz is here, he's got to have some role. He's just not going to sit there with his helmet draped under his elbow.
Right. You hit it on the head. We've talked about this before. I've specifically referenced the Alshon Jeffrey, Travis Fulgham dynamic that happened last year. That was not a good thing for the team, and that could threaten to be a bad thing for this year's team if Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert are still here while you're trying to make Dallas Goedert your number 1 tight end. And I'll tell you, typically the team keeps 3. The rookie free agent, Jack Stoll, they really like, athletic kid, can do a lot of H-back type things. But Tyree Jackson, the former Buffalo quarterback, who is 6'7", has not only caught a lot of passes, and we talked about this on Inside the Birds that's going to drop tomorrow morning at 6. He's not the worst blocker in the world for a guy who's never played the position. So now all of a sudden you're looking at a guy who's 6'7", huge target, can hold his own right now as we sit here today, has done adequately. I wouldn't call him a good blocker, but I mean, he hasn't embarrassed himself. Now all of a sudden you're thinking, we lost Noah Togiai last year trying to sneak him through waivers. We may not want to do that with Tyree Jackson. So are you going to keep 5 tight ends just to have Zach Ertz on the roster and Tyree Jackson? That's kind of hard for me to imagine. So I still think at some point this thing's going to kind of have to come to a head, and Zach Ertz is going to have to find a new destination.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have 3 preseason games coming up, and then between the end of the preseason and the first game, you've got about 2.5 weeks or so to kind of figure out there. Do they play them in preseason? How do they even handle these preseason games? I think that will be very interesting because there's 3, not 4. Do they just say not doing it all together? I feel like that's going to be interesting because what do you do with Ertz in the games? Do you want to show that he can play, or do you want him to not get hurt?
Right. And even though I'm surprised to see him out here in the padded practices, it's not like the padded practice that they had yesterday that he was involved in is a full tackle to the ground session. It's more like thud, which for the passing game is like 2-hand touch, right? I mean, you just got to kind of get your hands on him and then they'll blow the whistle.
All right, Moshe, let's look at a couple other things that are happening over there. Zach McPherson, we always like to hear about the rookies. And apparently, with the fact that he is not being asked to jump in and learn how to be a starter, they can kind of, go at their own pace with him. And that seems to be working out well for him. And I've read a lot of good things, including DeCecco. Is DeCecco there today?
He was there today, yeah.
Right,
we were all there, him, Adam, and myself.
Oh, wow. All right. So he was tweeting today about how impressed he was with McPherson.
Yeah, it's hard not to be. That catch that I mentioned that John Hightower made where he had to go up and get the ball, that was Zach McPherson who was covering him, and Zach did everything right. He just, he can't jump as high as John Hightower. So he's been everywhere. He had, I was there yesterday. I thought he had at least 3 pass breakups. Now he's running mostly with the second team, right? So he's facing different quarterbacks and different wide receivers. But he did get some first team run today, and it felt because Darius Slay was out, so Steven Nelson became the de facto number 1, and McPherson became the number 2. And I thought he did a nice job again. Very active, very around the ball, handsy. So these are good things. And if they obviously, Mike, the big caveat is we're only, a week in. So if it continues, the better he does, the more confidence you have in your optionality, where if you want to play him a little bit, get him on the field during the regular season, you can bring him on the outside, move Steven Nelson inside because Nelson has slot experience. That might help you move Avonte Maddox around a little bit more if you're beat up at safety and McLeod's not back yet. It's week 1, week 2, who knows? And you're not loving what you're seeing of Kevon Wallace. Maybe you want Avonte in there as kind of a hybrid guy. It just gives them more options. The more that Zach McPherson can do. And I'll say that I think Avonte Maddox is right at home in the slot where he should be. I think he's a lot more confident and playing a lot better there.
I would agree that that makes you feel a heck of a lot better that he is on the inside now in that spot. And they have some more depth there at that inside spot. There are guys who that's where they play. If you had to ask another one of those guys, let's say Maddox got hurt playing on the outside, and now you're going to Josiah Scott and saying, hey, now we need you to go to the outside, or Michael Jacquet, and we need you to go to the outside. That really gets fickle. Now, the question would be if Steven Nelson got hurt, then what happens?
Yeah, that would be the big question.
Or Gary Slay, obviously.
Right. It would still leave them in a pretty, difficult situation because, again, right now you're seeing flashes of Zach McPherson, what he can do. It doesn't mean he's ready to start outside and play, 80 to 100% of the snaps. You would like to gradually ease him in and find the areas where he functions best. He, by the way, can also play inside because he did that at Texas Tech a lot last year. He was inside and outside. So, again, it gives them optionality.
I like that, and it's good to know that they have a guy that they don't have to force out there, and do stuff. Injury stuff, I guess Kerrigan. What do we know there?
It's not major. I'm told it's a thumb injury, actually, not a whole hand or wrist or anything like that, as far as I've been able to understand. So, today was a veteran day off, so he probably wouldn't have practiced even if he did practice yesterday. So I imagine he'll probably be back out there soon, unless they're just being ultra cautious with him.
Now, I thought Gannon was interesting. He was asked about, do you want to have a 3-down linebacker? In other words, is Eric Wilson or Alex Singleton? How do you feel that the linebacker unit will be utilized?
Hard to get a gauge on it now with Singleton out, who, by the way, was on the sidelines today. So I think he's in the protocol I don't know. It's a ramp-up thing. Like, it sounds like Singleton will be back out there fairly soon. The safety who was on the COVID list was actually practicing today. I'm sorry, he was activated already, Andrew Adams. But because of Singleton being out and because of Davion Taylor being out, you have seen a multitude of guys rotating in with the first team. Eric Wilson seems to be the constant. It's just who's alongside him and what kind of package are they in. Sometimes it's Jernard Avery, but he's rushing the passer. Sometimes it's TJ Edwards. Today, Jacoby, why can't I think of his last name? Stevenson?
Stevens, yeah.
Stevens, right, the rookie. I noticed yesterday that he was getting some first-team looks. He got more first-team looks today, and he came up with an interception during the team drills on Jalen Hurts. So good for the rookie there. Rashad Smith yesterday and the day before was taking first-team reps. So you might as well take all the linebackers they got, put their names in the hat, pull one out, and that guy is probably run on the first team alongside Eric Wilson.
Well, at least, they've got some more interesting options than we thought, at least at this time last year, right? They're better at that position than they were last year.
They've got more bodies. I'll leave judgment on better until we actually see them play against other teams and what they do.
Howard at running back. How do you see the other guys? Because we talked a little bit about Howard and that he has impressed. Where is that running back? Boston Scott, Kenneth Gainwell, Kerryon Johnson, I thought had some interesting comments himself today by saying, hey, man, this offensive line is really good.
Yeah, I'm sure all these running backs love the offensive line. And Brooks and Sayamalu haven't even been out there for most of it. But I will say, I think Kerryon Johnson right now is kind of a guy who only I sporadically see in action on the field. Right, right now the three guys who get the most run when you're talking first and second team, you're talking about Miles Sanders, you're talking about Boston Scott, you're talking about Jordan Howard. Jordan Howard, did I say that? Yeah, Jordan Howard, right? And Kenny Gainwell, four guys right there. Howard, to me, and he said this in his press conference today. He said, look, his stats sucked last year, but he was basically told by Chan Gailey, the offensive coordinator, which is something we reported a long time ago, that he doesn't fit the offense. So he really never had a shot from day one. They kind of made him into a goal line back. That was all he could do, which is, of course, you saw his average last year was like 1.2 yards per carry. Here, he's in shape. He seems re-energized. He looks good. Look, he's not an explosive running back. We all know that, but he's a guy who can get you up the middle and get downhill pretty quickly. And I've seen that. I think if you're looking at the top running backs right now, we're going to make the team based on what you've seen after a week. You would say Sanders, you'd say Howard, you'd say Gainwell and Scott.
Yeah, I'm Gainwell, we heard a lot about the draft. We always love to hear the draft choices and what they're doing and how they're adapting, but what kind of role will they have? And Gainwell's a guy I'm very intrigued by what kind of role, based on hearing about how good a guy like, and the fact, how good a guy like Howard is looked, and then based on the fact that they brought Kerryon Johnson in here, it was kind of a interesting signing. And we kind of talked a lot, Jeff, about the signings this offseason. The messaging was kind of that they think they're going to be pretty good. Don't you?
Well, I always thought that the signings meant that they were going to try to upgrade as many positions as possible without spending a lot of money because they didn't have. And Kerryon Johnson was a guy who you could claim his contract off waivers, and if he didn't make the team and you cut him, there's no guaranteed money left. Right. So it was a very affordable way to try to upgrade the team. And yes, to your point, it was try to compete, to try to be as good as you can be given your financial limitations and also given the fact that you are trying to turn the roster over. But if you're going to learn anything about your quarterback, about your left tackle, about a lot of key young players on the team, you can't do it by losing every game 40-0. You have to be, and you can and should try to be as competitive as you can in the NFL because things can turn around quickly.
In your mind, Jeff Mosher, is there a battle at left tackle, or has that already been decided?
I mean, look, I'll say this. I think that the leader, Jordan Mailata, has done a lot already to make the gap between him and Andre Dillard like a gulf. Not, there's nowhere near. So I suppose it's possible that Mailata could break down, fall on his face, do terrible, and all of a sudden Dillard, gets reinvigorated. But if you're calling it today, it is Jordan Mailata in a TKO.
Right. That's the indication that we're getting from a lot of people, as well as yourself there. I know Andrew said the same thing yesterday, and it sounds like that is kind of the direction that it's going. So, all right, football 4, Eagles, lot going on there. Is there any player, person, something that I have not touched on today that you think is something that is relevant to get out there about what has gone on, early in this camp here?
No, I think I would just say that, and thanks to Muhammad Malik there, wishing me a happy birthday. Appreciate it. I would say Josh Sweat and Derek Barnett are doing an excellent job. I know that there's a lot of headlines right now on Sweat, but I think Barnett is really picking it up. So that gives them two really good pass rushers there opposite Graham. And Javon Hargrave has been fantastic, in my opinion. And not just from my opinion,
Like
from
that.
what I've been told too. Yeah, Javon Hargrave.
Hargrave, Fletcher, Brandon Graham, Sweat, Kerrigan, Barnett. Sounds like you got the purple people leaders up front there.
We'll see.
All right, Thursday night, Eagles-Steelers next Thursday, a week from tomorrow. Listen to the game live, 97.3 ESPN. Let me get your prediction. Will we see Jalen Hurts play in that game?
I think so. I think that you should. Yeah, but there's one fewer preseason game this year, and this is a guy who needs as many reps as possible, like preseason reps. So I think you will see him.
All right. At Jeff Mosher, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It drops tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. So get that wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, tomorrow, Adam Kaplan is here. Andrew's on Friday. Jeff will be back on Monday. Have a great rest of your week, man.
All right, brother. Talk to you soon.
All right, Jeff Mosher here, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, football at 4 on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Hey, guys, don't forget, coming up, August the 4th, do you remember? We got that for you. Jeff Kerr tonight. We'll talk a little NFL over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Right now, the Sixers have hired a former Weber State assistant basketball coach. Why would they do such a thing? Get the details at 97.3ESPN.com. Plus, who has stood out on the Eagles offense early in camp? Read more at 97.3ESPN.com. right, on this day, August the 4th, let's take a look at some of the big things that have happened on this day. Do you remember these events happened on August 4th? We'll take a look at some of them here on the Sports Bash. Brought to you this hour by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how. PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. You know, we tell you all the time about PropSwap. There's so many things that you can PropSwap, take advantage of. The amazing app idea that our guy Luke Burgandy and team came up with. How about this one? All right. This is something that you can prop swap easily. Will Tom Brady retire after the season? Plus 600, yes. Minus 1,500, no. That's not happening. You know he's not retiring, right? However, let's just say you buy that ticket at plus 600, yes. You just say, you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy it for plus 600, yes. And Brady has some sort of, I hate to say it, but like, I don't know, crazy injury that happens. You can prop swap that ticket. That's kind of how it happens. Here's one for you. Will Jalen Hurts be the quarterback for the Eagles game 1 of the 2022-23 season? Even odds say yes, he will be. So, PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. All right, these are things that happened on this day. August the 4th. Josh Henning is my producer.
Hey.
Yeah. That conversation about the college football really is a bummer.
To me, it's I'm a little unfazed because of the fact that, to me, I just love college football so much. I just love talking about it no matter what's going on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just disappointed.
That's because you're a West Virginia guy. You're fatigued.
Yeah, it's happened to me before. Been down this road, feeling bad. All right, on this day, Chicago White Sox pitcher Tom Seaver, 300th win, 4-1 win over the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. On the West Coast, California Angels first baseman Rod Carew got his 3,000th hit off Frank Viola. How about that name? Frank Sweet Music Viola.
Those are 3 great throwback names, too. You got 2 Hall of Famers and random Frank just hanging out in there.
Yeah, I was a big Frankie V fan. I loved when he pitched for the Twins. Then he went to the Mets. Ugh. But
Pitcher of the Red Sox.
will we get another 300-win pitcher?
You know, at this point, I would say no, because pitchers, 1, they don't pitch enough innings consistently, and 2, I just think overall the quality of pitching is not what it used to be, and they don't pitch enough innings. So if you don't pitch enough innings, you don't get enough credits for wins, and not enough good pitchers, it's less likely.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who are the active wins leaders in Major League Baseball. I got it. I'm good at this game. Pretty fast.
I was going to say, I'm assuming that like guys like Kershaw and Scherzer are on that list.
Verlander's 1.
Yeah, he's not pitching this year because he had Tommy John.
Zach Greinke is 2.
Greinke can't be close, though.
218.
Yeah.
Neither one of them are close. Verlander's at 226. So neither, and Verlander's 38. Greinke's 37. John Lester's next. He's at 196. Clayton Kershaw's at 184.
Kershaw will get to 200, but that'll be it.
Yes, Scherzer is 183.
Okay.
But he's at 36 years old. Wainwright is 39. He's 176.
He might even get to 200.
Like David Price is at 154, and he's 35.
He's not even a starting pitcher full time
anymore. 300 wins of the active. Garrett Cole is 30, and he's at 111.
No way. He ain't getting it.
Okay. Strasburg's 32, and he's got 113.
Too many.
He didn't get hurt. He's got 113 wins, and he's. Let's see. Trevor Bauer.
Legal issues.
He's in some trouble. He's got 83 at 30. Man, these pitchers. No one's getting a 300 on this list.
Is 200 going to be the new 300?
Right?
Or is 250 the new 300? I don't even know.
Aaron Nola is the only pitcher on this list in the top 50 that's under 30 years old. Wow. He is at 65 wins, and he is 28.
Does Aaron Nola even get 200 wins in his career?
You figure if you double his win total, he's at 130.
Right.
If you, how many? He probably entered the league at 23? I think he's in his 5th year, something like that. So you give him 5 more years, he's going to be 33 years old with only 130 wins. He's got no shot. Wow. This is a very eye-opening. Zach Wheeler has 57 career wins. He has 31. By the way, you know who's next? Zach Wheeler is 62nd on the list. You know who's next after him? Chase Anderson has 33 years old. He has 56 career wins. Oh, wait, Nola's been in the league for 7 years.
I was going to say, I just pulled up 7 years.
Matt Moore is on the list at 54. So you've got Wheeler at 57, Anderson at 56, and Matt Moore at 54. I would say this. I have no problem going out on a limb and saying we are not going to see a 300-game winner in our lifetime.
I mean, I felt comfortable with my proclamation before you gave out those numbers. Now, after that, I feel like I should just go to the bank with it at this point. Is there a bet I can make somewhere?
There's no shot that anybody gets to 300 wins.
Mike, I don't even know if A's going to get to 250.
Nope. I mean, think about how great Verlander is, and he's not at 250.
Yeah, he's at, 226 you said?
226, and he's 38 years old. Kershaw is at 184.
He doesn't have 200.
Scherzer is at 183. Think about that.
I think those guys get 200, maybe 205, and that'll be it.
Wow. Tom Seaver had his 300th win. All right, 1993 on this day. This is something that I think people will remember. After getting hit by a pitch from Nolan Ryan, White Sox third baseman Robin Ventura charged the mound, and Ryan responded by putting Ventura in a headlock and hitting him in the head until the fight was broken up. Ventura got ejected. Ryan stayed on the mound and finished the game. The Rangers won 5-2.
Of course they did, because Nolan Ryan.
That was epic.
Nolan Ryan was probably the baddest over 40 for the longest amount of time.
That was so epic. That was so good.
Before there was Tom Brady, there was Nolan Ryan.
So good.
Nolan Ryan was the last great 40-year-old athlete. And Nolan Ryan was afraid of nobody. I mean, he looked at Robin Ventura right down the barrel and said, "Come get some, kid."
He kicked his butt, too.
Absolutely. And the fans are going nuts over it.
1982, Joel Youngblood gets hits for 2 teams in 2 cities on the same day. He was traded from the Mets to the Expos in the middle of the day. He played in Chicago and Philadelphia, and he got a hit in both games.
That'll probably never happen again.
I don't think they would even let you do that. Literally, unless you got traded in the middle of a doubleheader of the game.
But even then, would they let you, they got to do the health, check, they got to do the medical, they got to have the commissioner's office approve it. If you submit the paperwork too late in the day.
I mean, everybody listening right now should be like, wait, what just happened? The guy got traded and played. He was on the Mets. He got traded to the Expos. In the middle of the day, he played in Chicago and Philadelphia and got hits in both games.
Like in today's world, if you are on the trading block, you're already removed from the game.
Yeah, they kick you out of the game.
You're not even playing if you're on the trade block. Not traded, on the trade conversation.
Right. So Joel Youngblood, he gets 2 hits for 2 different teams in 2 different cities. He singled for the Mets in Chicago in the day game. He got traded to Montreal. So he went from Chicago to Philly and got a hit for the Expos that same night.
That dude's a legend.
That's unbelievable.
That guy's a legend.
Legend. I never even knew that story, by the way.
I didn't either. I love it, though. Sign me up for more of that.
Yeah, I'll take that story again. I'd like to see it happen. After winning only $1 in the antitrust lawsuit against the NFL, the USFL owners vote to suspend operations for the 1986 season, and the season folded. The league folded. It happened on this day in 1986.
Very sad. Obviously, the history of the USFL would have been a lot different. Certain people didn't get involved and ruin everything.
Great book, Football for a Buck.
Excellent book.
1995, I graduated high school. Following a suspension from the league for substance abuse, Former Mets outfielder Darryl Strawberry joins the Yankees and helps the Yanks win the 1996 World Series. So when you think of Darryl Strawberry, do you think of a Met, a Giant, or a Yankee?
I think of the Mets, but I acknowledge the Yankees.
Okay.
I feel like the Dodgers and Giants era was kind of like, it was almost like a passing thought.
2007, speaking of the Giants, Barry Bonds hits a home run in the second inning.
Should be in
His
the Hall of Fame.
755th home run of all
Should
time.
be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of Hall of Fame, 2007, Alex Rodriguez, he becomes the youngest player in Major League Baseball history to hit 500 homers. He hits the first pitch he sees. The Yankees beat the Royals 16-8. A-Rod, will he be in the Hall of Fame?
That's a tough one because it depends on how these newer voters, these younger voters, start turning around on the topic.
All right, well, that happened in 2007. In 2010, he hit his 600th home run on this day. He hit his 500th on August 4th and his 600th on August 4th, 3 years apart.
That is uncanny.
What's
Listen.
more amazing? The guy getting 2 hits in the same day for 2 different teams, or hitting your 500th and 600th homer on the same day?
Oh, the dude getting the 2 hits in 2 games the same day, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because here's my belief, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. To me, the hardest thing to do in sports is hit a baseball. And so to me, if you are great or find a way to be great at hitting a ball, I give you kudos above the majority of athletes who do things out there.
Yeah.
I mean, the hand-eye coordination and the things that it takes to be a great hitter in baseball, to me, I don't care. I don't care your height. I don't care your weight. I don't care if you were on PEDs. I don't care, Mike, because to me, hitting a baseball is that hard.
Oh, it's not easy. Not easy. All right, that'll do it for Do You Remember Today? 2 hits, 2 different teams, 2 different cities.
Same day.
Same day.
Legend.
I don't know has that ever happened again, before, since,
It
before, after.
It certainly won't.
The only way I think it could happen now is if the guy got traded in the doubleheader and played for one team in game 1 and then the second team in game 2.
That's the only way. And even then, I'm questioning how that's going to happen.
Like that happened in the series between the Mariners and the Astros, not in a doubleheader, but the guy got the win in the game one night and then got traded and pitched for the team the next night against them.
Right, in the same city.
That happened this year.
Right. But even then, that was a very odd situation. Like, usually that wouldn't happen. Like, it's such a rarity. Like I said, usually guys, if they're on the trading block, they put you on the bench. They pull you from the lineup. They got to sit you, make sure you don't get injured so they can trade you.
609-403-0973. Text message. Download the free mobile app, Apple Store, Google Play. Text us through the app. Live video, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. This hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets, take your profit. Find out how, PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, I got a text message from a listener on a speculative trade for Ben Simmons. He asked me if I'm interested. I'll give you my answer. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash, live 97.3 ESPN. Sports Fest Live. What day is it today? Wednesday. Sports Fest Live, 97.3 ESPN. Dan from EHG texting in. Mike, is there any real reason, he says, I should believe the Phillies can be contenders, or are they pretenders, Mike Gill? Well, both, Dan. They're contenders in the National League East. There is a real reason, because the NL East stinks, but they are pretenders to win a World Series, even if they make the playoffs. I will say this. If they made the playoffs, they do have pitching. I mean, Wheeler, Nola, Eflin, Gibson, they got 4 legitimate starting pitchers who can win a series for you. But to answer the question fairly, Dan, there is real reason they can win the East. The Mets aren't very good. They've got a lot of injuries. The Phillies starting pitching is decent. Their lineup's pretty good. But they are pretenders to win a World Series. So to answer your question, they are both. There is real reason to think they can make the playoffs, but they're pretenders to win a World Series. All right? Hopefully you enjoyed that answer. Text board, 609-403-0973. A couple texts I want to get to for the top of the hour. If you have a text, get it to me now. I'll address as many as I can. Mike, another speculative trade for Ben Simmons has him going to the Spurs for Dejounte Murray, Devin Vassell, and first in 2022 and 2024. Thoughts? I'll pass on that trade. I am not interested in a trade of Ben Simmons for Murray's a decent player, but if I told you at the end of the day I lost games for a year, I ended up with the number 1 pick in the draft, that player has led me, or helped, not led me, but been a big part of why I was the number 1 seed. I've been a number 3 seed, and I ended up getting Dejounte Murray. That was what I ended up with. I did not do very well. Murray's a 31% free three-point shooter. I'm not even sure that I want Murray for Tobias Harris, to be honest with you. Harris is a better three-point shooter. Murray is just a nice player, but come on. The fact of the matter is this. You guys out there are just done with Ben Simmons. You'll take just about anything for him at this point. But that trade is preposterous. A 2022 and a 2024 is not getting it done. If that's the best part of the trade, Murray is just a decent player. Right? Now, this year, he might end up being better because DeRozan's gone. He probably turns into, I would imagine, with Patty Mills gone and DeRozan gone, he turns into maybe the best scorer on that team. I'm trying to think who's left there. So, yeah, I don't do that deal at all. I'm not even, as I tweeted back or texted back to the gentleman kindly, not interested. But I appreciate the text. Tom from Margate says, Mike, I agree with what you told Josh yesterday. Even if the Phillies lose to the Metropolitans, they are in what Red Barber would say the catbird seat. Well, if they get swept by the Mets and lose these 2 games, and the Mets sweep their 2 games coming up here with the Marlins, that's not good. But, yeah, I think the Phillies are in this at least to the end of at least to mid-September. Everything that happens between now and mid-September, I think the Phillies will be in it. I think that they should pull away if they're in it, if they are where they are now. Right? If they are where they are now, by the time they get to mid-September, they would have the chance to pull away. And that would be a good one. That would be because their schedule, as we went over earlier in the show, is very conducive to them kind of winning. 609-403-0973. Download the free mobile app and text us through the app. Let us know some of your thoughts on that. More text messages coming in. Mike, do you really think Peterson kept Fulgham off the field, or how he said to play Alshon because of his salary? I think Peterson's hands were tied. No, I don't agree with you there. I think Peterson was loyal to his veterans that won him the Super Bowl. I think there's a lot of evidence of that. No, I think Roseman would rather have the young guy that he uncovered play to say, look, I found this guy. I'm taking a beating out there for what you're doing with the guys I drafted. I went and found this guy, and he can play, and now you're benching him. So I don't agree with that. I think we should be giving credit to Roseman for finding Fulgham, and I think Peterson's to blame for sticking with his veterans. Right? Don't you agree with that? I wonder if that guy thinks that Roseman, why would Roseman tell Peterson to play Jeffrey? Because of his salary? That doesn't, no. Because if that was the case, Roseman would then tell Sirianni to play Dillard over Mailata, right? But Mailata's kicking Dillard's butt right now, according to every single person. Now, if Dillard wins that job, we can revisit this conversation. But give me a spot where this plays out, where Howie Roseman would have said to Peterson, you need to play this guy. When has that ever occurred? I can't think of one. Right? I can't think of one. In this situation, I got to blame Peterson. I got to blame Peterson for that. Mike D'Antoni will be becoming an assistant on Willie Green's staff in New Orleans. How about that? So he jumped ship from Brooklyn. Now, he's not a full-time assistant. He's a coaching consultant, according to Woj. So D'Antoni goes from Brooklyn to New Orleans, and he will periodically spend time with the Pelicans coaching staff through summer league, training camp, and the season. That's a great gig. It's kind of like, hey, I'm here today. Right? 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. I like that question, though, the guy. I'm not ripping you for it. I think it's definitely thoughtful. But, I mean, breaking it down, there's no way in my mind do I think that Howie Roseman made Peterson play him. It makes way more sense for Peterson to say, I want you to play the guy that I found. I found this guy. I need credit because I'm getting killed out there because my draft classes, according to these people, haven't been very good. So I want to be able to say, hey, I got Jordan Mailata. I got Travis Fulgham. Right? Yeah, that's the way I'm playing that answer. Georgia Yang, if you remember yesterday on the show, our Sixers insider Paul Hudrick said that was the guy that he would like the Sixers to go get. Well, they did go get him. He signed. Get the details now at 97.3 ESPN.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we'll talk some football with Jeff Kerr at 525. We got plenty more to do today. Phillies lineup, I got it. Phillies a game and a half back of the Mets. More Sports Bash on the way. This hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how. PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. And for those of you out there, many of you know, the team that I coach is going to the Babe Ruth World Series, and you can help us get there by donating through Venmo at A Shore World Series. At A Shore World Series. If you want a Venmo donation, that would be great. Here we go as we close out the final hour of the show. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. You know, I love this time of the year, even though it's kind of like a slower time, you know, and the sadness is that the summer kind of feels like it's coming to an end because it's a little chilly out today. But this last month of August, we got the baseball pennant race kind of heating up because the Phillies are actually in it. My question I have for you guys out there is, all right, here's what's ahead of the Phillies. All right? Between now and the kickoff of Eagles season, I'm wondering, I was thinking about this last night, will the Phillies still be relevant when the Eagles kick off? All right? 609-403-0973. Text board 609-403-0973. And bear with me here, okay? The Phillies are a game and a half out. Here's what they have between now and the time the Eagles kick off. They both play at the same time on Sunday, September the 12th. The Phillies play Colorado at 1 o'clock, and the Eagles will kick off against the Atlanta Falcons, and you can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Will the Phillies be relevant when that game kicks off? Because you know what happens if that game kicks off and the Phillies aren't relevant. Nobody cares. But what if they're a game and a half back or a game and a half up on September the 12th? There's not a lot of expectations for this Eagles season. I have hosted this show when the Phillies have gone to the playoffs. And when that happened, when the Phillies were in the World Series, you guys dictate the show. Whatever you guys text, call, tweet, whatever you guys kind of push, dictate. That's what we talk about. When you text in, I'll reply based on what you want to hear. If you are hitting me up with Phillies, we're going to talk Phillies. People always say to me, you never talk about the Flyers. Guess what? I don't think the next time I get a Flyers text, call, tweet will be the first time. There might be a handful of people out there that like the Flyers. There might be a handful of people that wished we talked more about hockey, but they're not very vocal. You know who's vocal? The Eagles fans. You know who's vocal? The Ben Simmons haters. You know who's vocal? The Sixers fans. You know who's vocal sometimes? The Phillies when they're winning. I'm really intrigued by the fact that the Phillies might be in this thing for the first time since 2011. And the last time that happened, when the Phillies were in the World Series and they were playing the Yankees, I'll never forget it. It was 2009, and the Eagles played the Giants and the Cowboys in back-to-back weeks, and nobody cared. I mean, nobody cared. Because the Phillies were in the World Series. So, here's what's coming up. You've got 2 games with Washington, New York, L.A., Cincinnati, 3 with Arizona, 3 with San Diego, 2 with Tampa. That's a tough 5-game stretch there, San Diego, Tampa. 3 with Arizona, 3 with Washington, 3 with Miami, 3 with Milwaukee, 4 with Colorado. When you play Colorado, September the 12th will be here. Where will they be? Because after that, you got some smooth sailing to close out the season. You could possibly be 4 or 5 games back and hope to maybe make a little bit of a sneaky run. I doubt it. I mean, the way they finished the season, 3 with the Cubs, 3 with the Mets, 3 with the Orioles, 4 with the Pirates. Where are the Orioles and Pirates going to be by September the 20th? You can make a good case that those 2 teams, and I'm not joking when I say this. This isn't being like, hey, I'm just making some wild, outlandish comment. The Orioles could be 40 games out, and the Pirates could be 35 games out by that time. It's going to be really interesting to see if by the time the Eagles kick off on September the 12th, where the Phillies will be in the standings. Let's look at the standings real quick in the National League, where it is the Mets a game and a half up. The Mets have lost 3 straight. They have won 3 out of their last 10 games. Terrible. Philadelphia's won 6 out of 10, 3 in a row. They are 54-53, a game over 500. They've been on the seesaw, as the great Mark Zumoff used to say. And if he's listening down in Margate, hey, Zoom, appreciate everything you did. Loved listening to you. But the Phillies have been on the proverbial seesaw back and forth this entire, really since July 4th, it seems like. So if they play and the Mets play the same way they're playing right now, back and forth they go, September 12th, the Phillies will be in it. And then you got the Braves, who are 2.5 back, kind of hanging around as well. They are a game under 500. In the Central, all those teams are essentially playing for second behind the Milwaukee Brewers. And the way that it maps out, you guys, like, this is something to keep in mind. The wild card in the National League is essentially all but wrapped up, because Philadelphia ain't catching the Dodgers and they're not catching the Padres. They are 7 back of the Padres right now. Cincinnati's 4.5 back. So it's really a 3-team race. The Phillies are the 4th best team in the wild card race. It is Dodgers, Padres, Reds, Phillies. And the Phillies are 7 back. So they ain't making the wild card. They're getting in one way and one way only, because the Mets and this National League East is the NFC East, essentially. It's kind of crazy how this is all mapped out, that the NFC East and the NL East are equally as inept in the same years. Flip it over to the American League. Boston and Oakland, they lead the wild card race by 2 over the Yankees. The Mariners are 2.5 back. Toronto's 3 back. And then the Indians are 6 back. The Angels are 6.5 back. I would say you're right to about 6.5. Those teams are kind of in it. And why would I say they're in it and Philadelphia is not? Because, quite frankly, the Dodgers just beefed up big time. The Padres and Dodgers are better than the Phillies are. Boston and Oakland are kind of surprise teams. Oakland, I wouldn't say a surprise. They've always been kind of good. But the Yankees have beefed up. Toronto's a pretty good team. Cleveland has not played really good baseball. Francona's out for the year, I think, right? The manager, yeah. He had a health problem. So he's out for the year. I would say Cleveland's kind of out. But keep in mind, the Angels are going to get Mike Trout back, you would think, at some point. I don't know. Maybe that helps them kind of shimmy themselves back in. But I would say the American League wild card, you got Boston, Oakland, and I would say the Yankees with all the moves they made. I mean, if the Yankees can't get back into this thing after basically putting the American and National League All-Star team from 3 years ago together, then that's a shame. They went out and got Rizzo, Gallo. I mean, what more to the heck did they need? Although the pitcher they picked up the other day from the Angels got tattooed. Healy, God, he was terrible. He was horrible. That was a big league pitcher. My favorite thing is after the Phillies games, watching Metallica go ballistic about how bad the pitching is. This is another thing. How many people watched the full Phillies game last night? By the way, did you watch the full Phillies game by chance last night, Josh? Most of it. Did T-Mac ever give us a shout-out? No. You don't remember or no? I mean, you would think that would be something. Okay. Did anybody notice T-Mac give the Atlantic Shore team a shout-out last night? I don't think I saw it. I'll have to ask Pete Thompson. He was on that for me. But it'll be interesting, because if you watch last night, in like the 8th inning, I think it was, Juan Soto was at the plate. And what did Ben Davis say? Did anybody catch this? Juan Soto was at the plate, and Ben Davis said something last night that was a little eye-opening if you're an old-school baseball fan. And what he said was that Soto is essentially the anti-launch angle, that there's no launch angle in his swing, that he has a very level down and through the ball swing. And then I saw a tweet about Bryce Harper and the fact that he has been really hitting. The home run that he hit last night was the first home run that Bryce Harper had hit since, let me get the exact date for you, July the 6th. It's the first ball that Bryce Harper hit out since July the 6th, considering how hot he has been. I mean, Harper's been on fire. And to which somebody tweeted that from an analytics perspective, that Harper's exit velocity is up and his launch angle is down. He has the lowest launch angle, Bryce Harper does, of his entire career. His launch angle is 12.6. His career average is 14.3. Are we finally beginning to find out that launch angle is not for everybody? From an analytics perspective, without looking at numbers, if you look at what Bryce Harper is doing right now, he's on one of his best tears that he has had in a Phillies uniform. Right? He is on one of his best runs going right now. And it says that, and listening to what Ben Davis said, right, last night about Soto and Harper, is that maybe this fad is kind of starting to work its way out a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Let's go to the text board, see what you guys are popping my way. Mike, earlier you spoke about the Sixers signing Georges Niang. First, I heard of the trade, and frankly, first I've ever heard of him. But as you said, it seems like a great bench signing. Well, it wasn't a trade. They signed him as a free agent. I think, all right, I'm going to have to, this is off the top of my head here, and maybe you can fact check me, Josh. I don't mind being fact checked. Sometimes I'm wrong. Not often, but sometimes. I believe they used part of their mid-level trade exception to sign him, and he got $6.7 million over 2 years. So to answer this guy's question, first you heard of the trade. It was not a trade. It was, I believe, a mid-level exception. They used half of it, which means they still have the other half of that left. And you said, frankly, I've never heard of him. Georges Niang can play. He's a shooter. He's a three-point guy. He's not going to score 15, 20 points a game, but what he's going to do is he's going to stand in the corner, much like Danny Green. He is a viable backup to Tobias Harris, something they did not have last year, right? Something they did not have last year. So there you go. And it's not the end of the world if I got that wrong. But I think that's what it is. I think it was they used the mid-level trade exception on that, and I believe they would have the other half of that trade exception left. Okay, they used the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, so I was close. I'm right there. I was very close. The contractual stuff is not my I need Keith Smith for that. That's his specialty. I'm not some contractual wizard here. I went to West Virginia, for God's sakes. Math, grammar, any educational stuff is not my strong suit, you know. I fully admit West Virginia was more for play than it was for education. I mean, come on. We went to West Virginia, for God's sake. People act like we don't know that. We're smart enough to realize that we went there because we had more fun than you did. You know what I'm saying? We didn't go to West Virginia to come back and brag that we had some great educations. What was the movie? Shawshank. For my son's educations. We didn't go because we were having these great educations. We went because we had more fun than you did. But what West Virginia did have was pretty good radio station. They had a good campus radio station. That's where I learned a lot, more so than any of the books I read out there, you know. All right, let's get some more text messages that you guys are popping at me. Mike, do you think Drummond is an upgrade over Howard as a backup for Embiid? Tom from the Villas. It's a push. I mean, yes, I think Drummond's an upgrade over Howard. Josh doesn't agree. What was your article? What was the basis of why you don't think Drummond's an upgrade?
I don't think it's an upgrade because of the fact that he basically is just a younger version of Howard at this point.
He's a younger version of Howard, but this is where I would disagree. Last year he could play starting minute. He played start. In fact, he has started. I think I read it was 584 of his last 586 games.
He started most of his career.
Right.
Yes.
He is still a starting level player, and if he started almost anywhere in the league, he'd be essentially an all-star. Howard can't say the same thing for.
Well, not anymore, but Howard still has that pedigree, and I would argue that Howard brought what Howard didn't have anymore as an age. He brought you in leadership and experience, whereas Drummond is giving you age and I guess you would call it vitality at this point because they're both stiff offensively. They both can't shoot. Drummond's a worse free throw shooter than Howard is for his career. They both commit fouls the same rate, 3.2 per game in their careers. And let's be realistic. They both can be manipulated the same way defensively. If you have a stretch big man, he's going to draw him away from the paint, and it neutralizes what he does best, which is rebound and block shots.
Well, I would say yes. I was surprised at the leadership or how much that he matured. I would say it didn't help them in the playoffs.
But I don't know Drummond helps in the playoffs either. Because what exactly is Drummond going to do different in the playoffs than Howard?
Maybe be more productive. Maybe get less flagrant fouls. Maybe not put him into those situations.
Maybe.
I just
maybe
think
not.
Drummond, I look at it like this. Drummond is a very polarizing type of figure as well. If he was your starting center, now Ben Simmons and him do not mesh. That's a problem. But in Cleveland last year, he averaged 18 points and 13 rebounds. He's an all-star with those numbers.
Yes.
Dwight Howard's not getting those numbers. So I look at it in this sense. If Embiid gets hurt for a stretch, the problem is, what's Simmons' role? Is he here or he's not here? So to answer that guy's question, is he an upgrade? I think it's a lateral move.
That's what McCormick said last night. McCormick told me he thinks it's a lateral move.
Yeah, I don't see upgrade, downgrade. I see you liked what Howard brought and went out and got a guy who brought something similar.
And listen, there's nothing wrong with that per se, I don't think. But like you said, the part of the topic is if Ben Simmons is here or not has a huge impact on Drummond's value as you head down the stretch of the season and get to the postseason.
Mike, I'm going to say the Phillies will not be relevant. Then again, they're not relevant to me now. I haven't watched a single baseball game since they fought over money during COVID. I don't understand people like that.
They didn't fight over money.
Well, they had the whole, I understand what he's saying. I just don't understand why things bother people like that. Like, if you like baseball, who gives a bleep that the guys couldn't get to get? Like, have you ever had something that you can't agree on with, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are like, this person did that, so therefore I'm not watching anymore. Who gives a, I wish I could curse. Like, it bothers me that's what bothers me. It bothers me so much that people care about what other people do and allow that to impact your decision. If you like baseball, dude, watch baseball. Who cares if some owner that you will never meet in your life is battling with some player who you will never meet in your life? Let them battle, pick a side, and if you like baseball, go watch it. You're going to sit here and say, I enjoy baseball, but because they couldn't agree, I stopped watching. I just don't understand that way of thinking. And there's so many people like that.
Because there are people, what they do is they project their own sensibilities onto other people in other situations.
Jeez.
We live in a world where people, they're not really disliking you or me, Mike. They don't really dislike the players on TV. They don't really dislike the politician on television. What they do is they dislike something about something because it irritates something inside of them. And so as a result, because they have this own personal self-conflict that they can't resolve, they project it on the other people.
I know so many people that are like that. Hey, this did that, so I'll never use that again. I won't wear that because they did this. I just don't care. Nothing anybody else does moves me enough to say, I'm just not going to. If I like football, I'm going to watch football, and
Right.
I don't care what anybody does. If I enjoy it, I'm going to consume it. And if somebody does something in football that I just don't agree with, I just don't agree with them. It doesn't mean I don't like football anymore. I still like football. I just don't like the actions of some of. I don't get it. But that guy right there, I don't get it. I don't get it. You haven't watched baseball. Proud of you. I'm not saying baseball is even a great game anymore. But for that being the reason, if you would have said to me, it's boring, I don't like launch angle, I don't like spin rates, I don't like the shift, fine. That reason there, I can't get on board with. All right, I got a lot more texts that I will get to, but I got to get back to the NFL with Jeff Kerr. That's my guy, Jeff Kerr. He's all over the Eagles, 97.3 ESPN.com. Follow him at Jeff Kerr CBS. Follow me at Mike Gill Show. And coming up, it's brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They're dependable. They always show up. Online, clarksmoving.net. Hey, download the free mobile app. Listen to the show on the go, and you can text us right through the mobile app. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Keep the text messages coming, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Tap the app. Follow text message through your app. Real quick before we get to Jeff Kerr, according to Scoop B, Brandon Robinson, who was a frequent contributor to Game Night with Josh, he is reporting the Warriors and Sixers have re-engaged on a Ben Simmons deal, and that Philly is extremely motivated to get that deal done. I'd have to hear that deal again. But the deal that they had on draft night can't happen again because the picks 7 and 14 have already been made. Jeez. All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, 97.3, ESPN.com. He'll cover the Eagles this season, and he's been doing so very well each and every day at training camp. We got more on that, NFC East, and I guess we got a lot of Eagles stuff to kind of dive into here, and one of which I guess is a little disappointing. We talked the other day about Davion Taylor and the surprise he's been and how much this injury is going to prevent that surprise from actually getting out on the field.
Yeah, and that's what's upsetting, and I wrote about this morning. Davion Taylor, I'm doing a stock up, stock down for Friday, Mike. Davion Taylor was going to be my number one choice. He has been the pleasant surprise of camp. It's been him, Zach McPherson, and Josh Sweat. They've been the three right now. And it's a shame because the Eagles have been looking for an extra pass rusher and Anthony Barr type linebacker to put back there. I mean, Ryan Kerrigan is eventually going to be that role. But Davion Taylor was that guy. He basically locked up one of the starting one or two linebacker spots based on the first week of camp and how they just kind of threw him into the fire. And what happens? Well, now he's week to week with first he had the quad injury. Now he has the calf injury. So this guy needs reps, Mike. He only had 32 defensive snaps last year. He's a guy that has a lot of potential, a lot of promise. The Eagles really do seem to like him. And, it's just a shame that we're really not going to see him much in the preseason because I think he needs those game reps. And we're not going to see him much of training camp.
And if he doesn't get to play in games and you don't get to see him, can they really trust putting him on the field? This is the guy who is very green, very raw. We had no anticipation. And look, there's always a training camp star. There's always that guy who kind of sticks out. But if you don't see him for a full camp, can you really trust putting him out there? Or do you think they said, we're impressed enough by this kid, trial by fire?
I think there's going to be a trial by fire, but I don't think it's going to be right away. That's what I think is going to happen now. You got guys like Eric Wilson. You got Alex Singleton. Alex Singleton, he's got experience. But again, he's just got off the COVID list. He still has to catch up here. But he's going to be ahead of Davion Taylor when it's all said and done, Mike. That's what worries me about this whole thing. Eric Wilson's been mixing in between the first and second team, but really all the linebackers have. They like Jannard Avery and kind of like that extra pass rusher role. Same with Joe Osman. So it's going to be interesting what the final linebacking or the two linebackers that are going to play the majority of the snaps shake out. I still think it's going to be Wilson, Singleton, but Davion Taylor was going to be one of those two before all this. I still think he has a role in this defense. It's just going to take him a little while to catch up.
Wait, so you think that Davion Taylor was essentially going to be a starter?
The way it was looking, yes.
All right, interesting. I'm a little surprised by that. Zach McPherson, you said he's on your stock up, one of your top three. He's not going to beat out Steven Nelson, right?
Oh, no. But if Steven Nelson wasn't here, we'd be having a whole different conversation right now. We'd be basically saying Zach McPherson's QB, CB2. He just would have been. But this is why I love the Steven Nelson sign, because now you got to see what Zach McPherson is and how he can progress. And he's going to have time to learn under Avonte Maddox, under Darius Slay, under Steven Nelson. This guy is going to be good for them. And he's having a really good camp. He's has his hands on the football. He's making plays. And I kind of like how he's playing in the Leo Shepard, Sheldon Brown role from 2002 until 2003, when those guys basically had to come play because Bobby Taylor was getting older and Troy Vincent was hurt and all that. So I like how can I say it, where Zach McPherson is at right now. I'll tell you what, he's going to be a guy I can't wait to watch next week in the preseason.
Me too. I agree. I want to get your take on. I had a question from a listener that I'll ask you, but my question is, we shouldn't be surprised about what Travis Fulgham said today, but
are we though?
No, I said we shouldn't be surprised, right? We're not. Are you surprised that Fulgham basically told everybody what we all thought, which was he was playing and he was told essentially that this was Alshon Jeffrey's job.
That's basically what it was. And, I love the honesty out of him. And look, he ain't bashed his old coaches. And he said, I'm not going to question the coaching staff, but you could tell he was upset. Like, he goes, wait a minute, what do I got to do here? I caught, I think it was 27 passes. He was first in the league in receiving yards from week 4 to week 8. And then he comes out of the bye and doesn't play. And look, I know he played the majority of that first game back. I think he played 81% of the snaps. And he only had 1 catch for 8 yards, something like that. It wasn't a good performance. But then it was like they kind of dished him to okay, yeah, this guy's a flash in the pan. And then Alshon Jeffrey played, and that was the end of it. I wanted to see Travis Fulgham play more with Jalen Hurts, and I was kind of surprised by this. I shouldn't be, but I was. At the end of that press conference, Mike, did you catch that Travis Fulgham said Jalen Hurts is the reason I was even on the 53-man roster because he was endorsing me in camp, and in practices, and that's great. That means their chemistry is a lot better than probably we thought it was going into camp this year.
Oh, yeah. Now, the question that I got from a listener, and I answered, and I want to see if your answer matches my answer, which was, do you think that Peterson made the decision, or was he told to play Alshon Jeffrey?
Oh, boy. This is a good one. I think he was told.
Whoa, you're kidding me.
I think he was told. I really do. I think Doug checked out. I think Doug checked out.
Hold on a second. So you think Roseman said to Peterson, you have to play Alshon Jeffrey?
I do. Yeah. I did. Honestly, at this point, I think Doug checked out. I really did. So I just think
Hold on. Didn't we criticize Doug a lot for being too loyal to some of his Super Bowl guys?
Yeah. And he was. And, if you want to be honest, Mike, I'll go one step further. I believe there was a division on this team between the guys who won a Super Bowl and the guys who didn't. And Travis Fulgham was obviously one of those guys who didn't.
Hold on a second. I totally disagree with you, Kerr.
All right.
I'm happy to have a good disagreement here. So listen, you're Howie Roseman. You have been getting raked over the coals about how bad your drafting has been. Wouldn't you want to have a guy that you found, a diamond in the rough, to say, hey, I found that guy?
You would think
you got to play that guy, not this guy. This guy, we didn't want him here to begin with.
This is what I get for hanging out with John McMullen too much and talking to him, because McMullen is set on Howie Roseman is going to pretty much give Andre Dillard the starting job just because he was a first-round pick, even though he finally relinquished that today, though.
Okay, I will say this, and I did say this before. I said, because the text message suggested that Roseman wanted to play Alshon because monetarily they were paying him more. And I said, all right, from all accounts, and you can comment on this, Mailata is kicking Dillard's butt, right?
Oh my God, yeah, it's not even close.
Okay. If they start Dillard over Mailata, that is them saying you have to play him because he was a first-round pick. And then at that point, I might change my mind. But if that doesn't occur, if I'm Howie Roseman, okay, I missed on the first-round pick, fine. But I found a guy in the 7th round that almost, you know what I'm saying?
No one wanted. I was the only one who wanted
in the 7th round that nobody even heard of.
You know what? It's funny, Mike. The only reason I heard of Jordan Mailata, and I was telling this on First 365 this morning, because it was pretty much, I was just watching draft tape and watching some old rugby stuff. I'm like, why isn't this guy playing the NFL? And lo and behold, the Eagles trade up and actually do it. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess he wanted an NFL career.
So I am very surprised that you think that Roseman told Peterson he has to play Alshon.
I just think Doug checked out.
That Roseman would have, if he could have figured out a way to get rid of Jeffrey, he would have.
Well, Howie Roseman created that mess by restructuring the guy's contract when he could have got rid of him after the season anyway. But no, he had to restructure his contract and give him all that money up front. So you're paying Alshon Jeffrey, I forget how much it was now. It was like $12, $13 million. I'm probably way off on it, but I know it was over $10 million. And all of a sudden, I have a feeling it was just, he's back, you have to play him. And I think Doug just checked out, didn't care, whatever. Oh, and by the way, he doesn't really get along with Carson either, as far as I know.
All right, that one's interesting. And I did say, that if Dillard wins that job, that'll make me suspicious that somebody was told Dillard has to play. If
Dillard should not win that job. As of August 4th, he should not win that job.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of another, because we've always kind of suggested, like, Peterson's always loyal to he was always a little too loyal to.
Fault.
Right. That's why I said he was loyal to Alshon. Alshon won a Super Bowl. He was loyal to him, and that's why when he was healthy, he gave him his job back. I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting one. That was a good little disagreement there, because
I know we don't disagree much on that, Mike, but that one we did.
Jeff, I was shocked you said that. I was like, I was fell out of my seat over here.
I wanted to see you fall out of your seat for that, because I'm like, I don't think he's gonna like what I'm gonna tell him.
No, I did not like what you had to say, but I respect your opinion, and everybody has one, right? We all have our opinions.
Exactly.
That's yours. All right. But the Fulgham stuff, he essentially said that he got pushed out by Alshon. So my question to follow up on that is, where do they see Fulgham on the depth chart here? Is he one of the three? Is he, the other guy? Where is he?
Well, I think he's one of the three. I think they do like Fulgham a lot. It's just, and remember Doug said all about the whole practice thing. Oh, he doesn't give 100%. Well, Fulgham kind of admitted that today. So this is where you might be right, Mike. Well, you're not going to practice. You're not going to play. I'm going to go the whole high school route here. But they do like Fulgham, and they're going to have to need Fulgham. And what I was told was McMullen did tell me this, but Fulgham has been really consistent in camp. He hasn't been great, hasn't been terrible. Well, I like that. I do. He's not wowing anybody, but he doesn't suck either. And I think the Eagles kind of need that right now. And Fulgham basically said, if you want to throw me the ball 10 times per game, I'll gladly embrace that role. I think the kid has a lot to prove this year. He's only 25 years old. I'll tell you what, Mike, they need him and they need Jalen Reagor to step up. Like, I don't think this Eagles wide receiver core is, I'll say inexperienced, but I don't think they're good either. But that's not their fault. These guys can develop. And I have high hopes for Jalen Reagor, and I think Fulgham can be consistent. And if those two can do that and you bring in Devonta Smith, all of a sudden this receiving core is actually decent, and that's all they need right now. They need a decent wide receiver core, because the last couple of years it's just stunk.
I agree. And do they have one? I mean, where's Hightower? Where's Watkins? Where is J.J. Arcega-Whiteside right now in their development?
I'll tell you this, Mike. I'll go one further here. Remember a month ago, we thought the Eagles cornerbacks stunk outside of Darius Slay. Well, all of a sudden now, dare I say it, they may be good. So why can't this wide receiver core do the same thing with young guys? And I don't know. We talked about this the other day. Maybe they need a veteran, maybe they don't. But John Hightower's all of a sudden playing a little better in camp. Wes Watkins has had a pretty good camp. He's on my stock up right now. So I really like him.
Yeah.
Greg Ward's Greg Ward. He's going to catch the ball. I think he finds a way on this roster. So Michael Walker, before he got hurt, he was probably the second best receiver outside Devonta Smith and camp. And, what does that tell you about Jalen Reagor and those guys there? But I will say this. I think this group has potential. And I don't think you give up on any of these guys yet. I think this year is a big prove-it year for a lot of these receivers to see what they can do. I don't expect much out of John Hightower and Wes Watkins because they were lower-round draft picks. But anything you can get out of them is going to be such a bonus because those guys do have speed. They're big play receivers. I think they can fit well in an offense. So overall, you obviously know the three. It's going to be Smith, Fulgham, Reagor. And then after that, most of these guys are battling for plays. I have no hopes for J.J. Arcega-Whiteside at all. I'm sorry. I just don't.
I got to be the only guy left holding out hope, and that's because I respect the coaching staff that can get something out of this guy. Maybe that's just me, because apparently they have moved him to the slot and said that's what you're going to be, and he's saying, I feel more comfortable with knowing where I'm at.
What's so frustrating about him is I liked him coming out of the draft, too. I wasn't like a J.J. Arcega-Whiteside hater by any means. And he was actually really good in the 19 preseason. I'm like, okay, he's going to develop behind these veterans. And
I remember that. People were like, wow, they found something here.
Yeah, and it just never panned out. And I don't know why. I don't know if it was, honestly, I thought his best game was week 16 against the Cowboys when they caught that first pass from Carson.
Well, I think a lot of it was they had kind of asked him to kind of learn multiple positions, and I think that kind of stunted him.
Well, this is why I'll stick with you on the I wouldn't abandon him yet train, because it does take receivers.
I think by the end of this conversation, you're going to agree with me on the Fulgham stuff too.
I don't know about that one. But I will say this.
That's good.
I've given up on him just because I haven't liked what I've seen. But again, they have a wide receiver coach in Nick Sirianni, and Travis Fulgham actually said it's nice having basically 2 receiver coaches on the field. So anybody can get anything out of J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
Yeah.
It is Nick Sirianni and this coaching staff.
All right, last one. Kerryon Johnson said something today. I don't know if Kerryon Johnson makes a team, but he said something that should make Eagles fans excited, which would be, wow, this is a pretty damn good offensive line I'm getting to run behind.
Yeah, and they've all said that. I think every running back has said that to this point. And you know what? I get tired of people saying the Eagles' offensive line isn't any good. Well, no, they were good. Everybody got hurt. Lane Johnson got hurt. Brandon Brooks got hurt. Jason Kelce was banged up. Their problem was Jason Pierce forced his way into left tackle last year because they didn't have one. They didn't know what they had in Jordan Mailata yet. And Andre Dillard was Andre Dillard. He got hurt. He had that elbow injury, and that was it. So they didn't have a left tackle last year. So Jason Pierce found his way moving from left guard to left tackle, for a raise, and that was the end of it. Everybody just got hurt. So, yeah, if you look at Mailata and his potential, and he's playing up to it this camp, Sayawalo is better than good. Kelce is still one of the best in the league, even as he. Brandon Brooks, dare I say more. Lane Johnson, dare I say more. This is a good offensive line, and they have depth. And there are going to be guys that are NFL linemen that do not make this roster. No one likes Matt Pryor, but Matt Pryor is an NFL offensive lineman. He's going to have a role on 53-man roster somewhere, even if it's not Philadelphia. This offensive line is deep. They're good. They're going to protect the quarterback, and they're going to create holes for the running back. So this is why I actually think, everybody thinks I'm being a hater on the Eagles offense because I'm not really praising the wide receiver core. They may not need to because they can run the ball, and I still think they can find ways to score points. Like, there may not be great receiver talent, but there is talent on this team.
I have maintained from way before that this team is going to be better than many people think. And the reason I give is their offensive line. Their offensive line will be one of the better if they're healthy. Now, if they have the problems they had last year, that's a different story. The caveat is if their offensive line can remain healthy, they have one of the best offensive lines in football. And if you have one of the better offensive lines in football, you compete. So that, to me, is the big difference between this season and last season. Jeff Kerr.
If their offensive line is as good as I think it's going to be, and their defensive line is as good as I think it's going to be, they're going to have a chance to win that division.
Sports Bash Live, Jeff Kerr, at Jeff Kerr CBS. The NFL season is just around the corner. Tomorrow night, Hall of Fame game. Next Thursday, Eagles, Steelers. Listen to them both right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Jeff, we will talk on Friday. You think about that Peterson-Roseman thing, all right?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike.
On Friday.
When I go to the link Friday for this media tour, maybe I'll find somebody and ask them what happened, and then we'll get the context.
There you go. Do a little digging and come back to me. All right, brother?
All right.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, 97.3 ESPN.com, covering the Eagles this season. Looking forward to all of his Eagles coverage. So, my fantasy football league, we're going through, where we're picking. So, the way we do it is, if you finish in 5th place, which is one spot out of, the top 4, which they make the money, you get the first choice of where you want to pick. I finished in 6th last year, so I have the second choice. The guy with the number 5 who finished in 5th, he gets the first pick of where he wants to select. He took number 1. Where should I go? Do I take number 2, or do I go to the end of the draft? I look forward to your advice. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. I answer your text messages. Josh Weinberg Wednesday tonight, 6:20 with Dave Weinberg. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show tonight. I'm Mike Gill. Josh Henning's my producer. So I got a lot of text messages that I never got to yet today. All right? So we can kind of thumb through these together. The text message has been really good today. And don't forget, you can download the free mobile app and text us through your mobile app now. It's a new feature on the phone. If you have the app, text us through the app. All right. Guys, Drummond allows the Sixers to have a viable starter when they rest Embiid for load management. Howard couldn't fill that role. I will say this. I agree with that. Here's the problem. You cannot play Drummond and Simmons together. That's your issue, right? You can't. So if Simmons is still here, you can't play Drummond and Simmons together. So the viable starter, the caveat is if Simmons is traded, because Drummond can't do anything other than bang, and he has zero offensive skill set.
That, and also the fact that people forget that Howard was very productive during the regular season last year. It's not like he was just some bum whenever he got in the lineup. You know, I'm trying to pull up a stat right now because it was in my article. Here it is. Howard had 31 games where he had at least 10 rebounds last year. That's 45% of the games he played. He had double-digit rebounds.
He was very active.
So it's not
he
like,
had his offensive skill set is even more limited than Drummond's.
I say it's about the same.
I mean, Drummond scores.
But he dunks. He puts layups. He's not shooting the ball.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He scored 17 points a game, and he went to L.A. and scored 11.
Right. And some of those games was because there was no Anthony Davis or LeBron out there. So, I mean, somebody had to score, aside from Kuzma and Schroeder.
Yeah. I just think Drummond at 27 years old is probably just a little – the point the guy's making is, that I'm making for him is, you can't play him and Simmons together.
And I agree with 100%. And I think that's why this story that came out from Scoop B about the Sixers and Warriors re-engaging on a trade is interesting because Woj just reported that the Warriors just dumped Eric Pascal on the Jazz and looks like a dump, a salary dump almost. They got a draft pick in return.
Yeah.
So you're almost wondering, are the Warriors preparing to make a deal?
Mike, I agree with you. Plenty of followers out there. I always watch and do what I want to do. Me too, dude. I just don't care what other people do. I'm not letting someone else dictate what I watch, what I wear, what I do. I just don't care enough about you. How's that rhyme?
Solid work by you.
How about that?
Although, by the number of times you said dude, it made me think of Beavis and Butthead. You know, just saying dude.
Mike, I never said I enjoyed baseball. Let me add to my statement. I'm not big on baseball, but I watched it if nothing else was on. But fighting over money while half the country was unemployed was the final nail in the coffin for me. All right, well, if you didn't enjoy baseball, that's different. You didn't say that. You said your reasoning was because they were fighting over money. And it sounds as if that's still the reason, which I can't get behind.
Look, if you're someone who doesn't consume a content because of a perceived issue like that, then it's very likely that you were never a fan of that sport in the first place.
Right. Anything.
Because guess what? People fight about money every day. Okay. You know, is this guy never going to watch a movie because their favorite actor or actress is arguing with the studio over money?
No. Any decision made based on stuff out of your control as a fan, you just deal with it. And when the product comes back, you consume it. Mike, what team is Doug coaching this year? Exactly. He sucked as a head coach. Well, he took the year off. He got fired kind of late in the game.
He was offered a chance to interview for the Seahawks OC job, and he declined.
Mike, can Dillard play guard? No.
Absolutely not.
Cannot. He is a left tackle and a left tackle only. Dave Weinberg is Weinberg Wednesday tonight on Game Night. I'm out of here. I'm back tomorrow. For that. Hey, coming up on Thursday, we'll recap the Phillies and the Nationals, plus continue our look at the Eagles at training camp. Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan, all the NBA free agency, the latest on Ben Simmons, and more with Keith Smith. That's all coming up on a big Thursday show here on the Sports Bash.
Batteries starting at just $79.99. And we're the only place you can find proven tough Duralast batteries, including Duralast Platinum with AGM and EFB technology. That's why we're America's #1 battery destination. Get in zone, AutoZone. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2020.
South Jersey.